마이크. 네, 잠시 후 10시부터 2021
In a
사이언스
minute,
얼라이브
we will
행사를
be
시작합니다.
beginning the
오늘
2021
행사는
Science
코로나19
Alive.
확산을
To
예방하기
prevent
위한 정부 지침과
COVID-19, government
11월
released
1일부터
its
시작된
regulations
단계적 일상 회복 지침에
along with the
따라서
phased-in
어제와
return
오늘
to
이틀간
normalcy policy. So
온라인과
yesterday
그리고
and today,
기초과학연구원
this event
IBS 과학문화센터
was and
강당에서
also is
진행됩니다.
taking place here
줌을
in
통한
Basic
온라인
Science
접속
Research
그리고
Center
유튜브 생중계
IBS. We
참여하실 수
provide
있고요.
both online
오늘 현장
connections
참여자분도
and also offline connections.
들을
So
수
this is in
있습니다.
hybrid format that we are
기초과학연구원
adopting.
IBS가
At
문을 연
the
지 올해
IBS, it's been 10
10주년이
years since its
됐습니다.
inception.
다음 주가 10주년
So next week,
16일로
we will
알고
be
있는데요.
celebrating its 10th
어제
anniversary
9일에는
on November
그 일을
16th.
기념해서
And
아시는 것처럼
yesterday,
IBS
as you
새로운
know,
발견을
we
향한
had a
10년을 주제로
conversation with
노벨
a
수상자와의
renowned
대화
Nobel
그리고
laureate.
리켄 막스 플랑크
And
연구소
also, we were joined by RIKEN, Max
프랑스
Planck Society,
CNRS 글로벌
and
서밋이
CNRS
있었고요.
of France
오늘은
to
감염병 시대
explore ways
행동하는 과학,
forward for basic
소통하는 과학을
research
주제로
institutes. And today,
사이언스
our
얼라이브
topic is
행사가
the era of
진행됩니다.
infectious
잠시 후
diseases,
10시부터 행사를
science that acts and
진행하도록
science that
하겠습니다.
communicates. We will commence the event in a moment.
IBS의 개원 10주년을 축하드립니다.
We wish you all the best for your next 10 years. Joyeux anniversaire!
Congratulations on the 10th anniversary of the founding of the Institute for Basic Science.
My heartfelt congratulations and those of the Max Planck Society on the wonderful 10th anniversary.
앞으로도 IBS가 세계적인 기초과학 연구기관으로 지속 성장할 수 있도록 관심과 애정을 가지고 응원하겠습니다.
지금부터 2021 사이언스
So let us
얼라이브
begin
감염병
the
시대
2021 Science
소통하는
Alive,
행동하는
the era
과학,
of infectious
소통하는 과학을
diseases, science that
시작하겠습니다.
acts and science that
저는 오늘 행사
communicates.
진행을
I am
맡은
Kim Min-soo and I'm a
김민수
journalist
동아사이언스
at
기자입니다.
Dongha Science.
인사드리겠습니다. 오늘 사이언스 얼라이브 행사는
Today's event would be celebrating the 10th anniversary of IBS. So it's a science concert that was also hosted yesterday under the topic of A Decade of New Discoveries IBS. And today we have the Science Alive event under the topic of the era of infectious diseases, science that acts and science that communicates. It's been 2 years since the outbreak of COVID-19 devastated our daily lives. To overcome this crisis, scientists are working hard, and also there are strategies that are being developed to communicate with the general public. In that very field, we have these scientists and researchers working and communicating. Today, we will be exploring such interactions. And in fact, 2 years ago, at the very first Science Alive event, I still vividly remember the event. It was right after President Roh Do-young took his office. At the time, we talked about why scientists' language differs from that of the general public and how to bridge the gap. And continuing on that first event, and last year we had our preparations, but due to COVID-19, we were not able to host the event. Now, 2 years later, we are gathered here to host the second Science Alive. I feel mixed emotions today. Today, we will be looking at the role of science and efforts for communication in the era of infectious diseases. I look forward to your active interest, both virtually and physically. And then, as we start this event, we will be hearing words of welcome from Mr. Roh Do-young, President of IBS. We would like to invite him on the podium.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning. I'm Roh Do-young, President of IBS.
좀 전에 소개해 주신 대로
As I was introduced 2 years ago, we held the first Science Alive event. Now in 2 years, we now realize the importance of communication. A lot happened during the last 2 years. In celebrating our 10th anniversary of IBS, we now need to look at the significance of communication between scientists and the general public. I'd like to extend my sincere congratulations on hosting this event. First of all, Yoon Seok-jin, President of KIST, and Chang Kyung-hee, CEO of Dongha Science, I'd like to thank you very much for your attendance today. And also, we are joined by renowned speakers who have produced notable outcomes, and as well as those coming from IBS. My thanks go to all of you. Science Alive, as was notified, this is a venue for communication between scientists and the general public. So you can compare this event to a messenger. In our daily lives, the general public needs to better understand scientific facts and then go on to leverage such facts. And that's our goal that we pursue through Science Alive. So amid this COVID-19 pandemic, identifying facts is critical, but more than that, communicating such facts to the general public is also critical. Yesterday, we hosted the Global Summit yesterday, joined by the president of Max Planck Society. The president of the society yesterday mentioned that a large portion of the general public in Germany are refusing the vaccination rollout. And when I heard that news, I thought that our role as a scientist is to identify scientific facts and then conveying such facts to the general public. But the decision would be made by the government and politicians. And I think that what's pivotal is that it would be the general public who would respond to the identified scientific facts. So how such facts are shared and how the general public would be acting upon the facts, I think that would determine the overall course of action ultimately. Yesterday, my impression was, as I talked with our counterparts from France, Germany, and Japan, my impression was Korea is overcoming this pandemic very well. We are successful. And then what would be the key behind this success? I think that the general public is able to make reasonable decisions. Korea is not that advanced in terms of vaccine development, and it's not that we are ahead of other countries in making optimal and optimized political decisions. But relatively, we are very good at responding to this pandemic. And it shows that the general public in Korea is capable of making reasonable actions and decisions based on scientific facts. So the COVID-19 has been 2 years since its outbreak, and also this is the second event. And due to COVID-19, our general public has been suffering a lot, and I hope that through science event today, we can discuss scientific facts about COVID-19 and infectious diseases. And I hope that this serves to help our general public to make smarter decisions in their response to COVID-19. In Korea, as president of KIST is well aware, since the inception of KIST, it was through science and technology development that Korea was able to come this far. And now, in the international community, Korea would be emerging as a scientific and technology powerhouse. And I hope that our culture of science and technology would also advance further. And that would be possible when the general public and scientists enjoy science and technology together. Now we are celebrating our 10th anniversary next week at IBS. Our vision at IBS is to develop and is to make scientific discoveries for society and for humankind. What we do as scientists would ultimately serve the interest of our society and our nation, generating invaluable knowledge, and Science Live today would serve as a venue to promote that. Now fall is deepening, and in fact today it's very chilly, and we had snow, the very first snow in Seoul. Enjoying our scientific knowledge and communicating such knowledge, that would be what we are pursuing through this Scientific Live event, the second event. I hope that all of you would stay healthy and safe. Thank you.
다음으로 장경애 동아사이언스 대표님의 인사 말씀을 듣는 시간을 갖겠습니다. 대표님.
Good morning. I am Jang Kyung-hye, President of Dongha Science. First of all, I would like to congratulate with all hearts the opening of IBS 10 years ago and leading the advancement of basic science in Korea. IBS is now positioned as a world-leading basic research institute. I would like to congratulate it once again. And following last year, we are now holding the second science event with IBS. So I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all the speakers and also President Yoon Seok-jin of KIST. The topic of Science Alive today is the era of infectious diseases, science that acts, science that communicates. And speaking of which, I would like to ask one question to you. A specific company values the trust from consumers, but they do not highly regard their employees and they treat their partners in a bad manner. You may think of one specific company. When their words don't comply with their behavior, what would you think? In this case, we already know that act or behavior indicates the meaning. So the topic today is science that acts, science that communicates. We put science that acts ahead of science that communicates because we talk and speak about the importance of the support and trust of the general public, but at the same time, sometimes if we act like we have to elucidate the general public, then what would our general public do in response? then they may think that the action that scientists show will be the true meaning. During the past 2 years, scientists have proven the importance of their role in the era of crisis. As said earlier, the reason why we have to be vaccinated, why we have to wear masks, why we have to wash hands often, all these are decisions made on the basis of scientific fact. And to respond to the crisis of COVID-19, we have come up with a specific model to respond. And in the meanwhile, we have been thinking about the trust model to communicate and disseminate the facts and scientific information. So these kinds of actions have shown the greatest power than ever to the general public. Through acts, through communications, we have to be on the basis of scientific facts and data so that we can ask for the support and affection from the general public for the advancement of our society. Through Science Alive, we would like to see a gathering of scientists and the general public on the space of bridge between 2 areas. To conclude, I would like to thank once again IBS and 동아 Science and its staff members for making this happen. Thank you.
감사합니다, 대표님.
Thank you very much, President.
네, 다음으로 날씨도 추워졌는데 먼 길 오셔서 자리를 빛내.
Now we will be hearing from Mr. Yoon Seok-jin, President of KIST. I would like to thank him very much because he have come a long way to be here with us today on this chilly day.
안녕하세요.
Good morning. I'm President at KIST.
오늘이 제가 대전 두 번째.
And in fact, it's my second visit to Daejeon this week, just this week. On Monday, I came to Daejeon. That was because I needed to sign a collective agreement with our labor union. And now, as my second visit this week, I'm here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of IBS and to attend this Science Alive event. So without any hesitation, I hurried to be with you today. As I came down to Daejeon, I looked at the history of IBS. 10 years ago, when IBS was first founded, the aim was to promote basic science. But as I look at its vision today, IBS has been making great progress. I'm sure you know this. Making discoveries for humanity and society, that is the vision of IBS. And once again, I'd like to commend all of you, President Roh Do-young and all the other people at IBS for their commitment to realizing this vision. And as you said, Science Alive first started in 2019, and this is the second such event that we're having today. And once again, it's my great honor to be here with you. When it comes to science and technology, I believe communication plays a pivotal role. During my years at NST, we emphasized the importance of communication among scientists. And within KIST internally and between government-funded research institutes, communication has not been that active among scientists, and it has just started, I think. Especially we have global agendas, infectious diseases, climate change, aging society. I think all these challenges need to be discussed with scientists and the general public from the same perspective. Let's take a look at carbon neutrality. There is an essential role for science and technology, but also there should be positive response from the general public. Without this, we will not be able to achieve carbon neutrality. In our day-to-day, daily routines, we need to reduce and mitigate carbon emissions. And it means that there are essential goods that are produced, that are used in our daily lives, and that actually contribute to carbon emissions.
왜 우리나라는 과학기술
So in Korea,
아닐까?
we have a relatively weak foundation for science and technology, and that is one question that is raised by many people.
과학기술로
And the truth is, it was through science and technology that we transformed ourselves into an aid recipient and then into a member of the OECD. The role of science and technology has been only about economic development. But recently, with the advent of this infectious disease and particulate matter levels that are increasing, there is an inseparable role played by science and technology. When you think of infectious disease policies, it's a data-based disease prevention policy, and this is one area where KIST is playing an active role. So across the entire realm of infectious disease policy, everything comes down to data-based predictions that we make.
제가 그 선진국예를 한번 들어볼게요.
For example, I'd like to take a look at advanced countries. There are 25 Nobel laureates produced by Japan. About 20 years ago, I was invited to an academic meeting in Japan,
표 버전을 두 개를
and there were two presentation versions required.
첫 번째는
And why? The first version was about my paper. The second version is about the second version was for middle school and high school students.
제가 두 번을 강연을 했어요.
So I had to give two presentations, and that was 20 years ago. There was a rural village, a small theater, I remember, and for these middle school and high school students, I had to give my presentation. And this implies that science and technology was already interpreted from the general public's perspective. And on Saturdays and Sundays, if you look at the United States, then the general public would come to visit laboratories and having fun time. And what's the reality here in Korea? The core value of KIST is challenge, self-esteem.
고민을 많이 하고 있어요.
And I do look at these core values of KIST to make sure that how we can translate scientific ideas into daily ideas that can be easily absorbed by the general public. Still, there is a long way to go for us to achieve these core values, but we will be working not just to boost our economy, but also to popularize science. And this is a journey that we cannot take alone. We need your collective efforts in this. Through Science Alive today, in conjunction with Donga Science and IBS, once again, I'd like to congratulate you on your efforts, and we will be on your side as well as your partner, and KIST to do its part.
우리 과학기술인들의 그
And for the years to come, I think through the efforts made by scientists and technology researchers, we will be able to elevate the general public's understanding on science and technology further. My congratulations on the 10th anniversary of IBS, and I'd like to thank Ms. Chang Kyung-hye for her invitation. Thank you very much.
오늘 인사말 축사를 해주신 노도영 IBS
Thank you very much,
동아사이언스
President No Do-young, President Jang Kyung-hye,
키스트 원장님께 다시 한번
and President Yoon Seok-jin for your warm and welcoming remarks.
지금부터 본격적인
And now let us earnestly begin 2021 Science Alive.
번째 강연을 하기 전에 잠시 안내만
Before we go through the first keynote speech, I would like to make a short announcement about live streaming online. dongasciencealive.live.
유튜브 생중계
You can visit this website for the YouTube live streaming, and you can also upload your questions and answers onto the chat room underneath. And we're providing simultaneous interpretation services in Korean and English, and please don't hesitate to upload your question at any moment. Now, we would like to introduce the first speaker of the keynote speech. COVID-19 has shown the infectious trend from the beginning, and to that, we have benefited from the data provided by our World in Data. And who is in charge of our World in Data, Mr. Edouard Mathieu, will deliver his keynote speech. Mr. Edouard has joined Our World in Data last year, but before he joined this organization, he has worked as data scientist at Oxford University of England for the Department of Public Health. Hi, Matthew. He's now joining us online from Paris. Hello. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to give this introductory keynote today. I hope you all have a great conference. So yes, as you said, I joined Our World in Data 2 years ago now. That was at the beginning of 2020 when the pandemic started. So I will talk today about this idea of science communication with the public in this context of COVID, in this context more generally of infectious disease, and even more generally in the context of science communication. So just to give a quick introduction, I'm assuming that most people will know what Our World in Data is, but just in case people may not have the broader context. So we are an online publication, a scientific publication based at the University of Oxford. And our goal is to make research and data available to make progress against the world's largest problems. So before COVID, so before 2020, the website was founded in 2013, so 8 years ago. And a lot of those problems had to do with global development, inequality, poverty, education, climate change, etc. And early in 2020, it was decided to switch a lot of the resources to make sure that we could cover COVID-19, which turned out to be a big problem for the world. And so we decided to do this. And since then, we've been one of the main providers of data on the pandemic on many different fronts. And we specialize in international data to let people compare different countries. The main sort of products that people might be familiar with on our website is this Data Explorer, where people can compare different countries and look at deaths, cases, vaccinations, reproduction rates, excess mortality, and many different things. So I will today talk about the 6 broad principles that I think we try to apply to govern the way that we communicate with the public and that we think in general should be applied by many scientists and organizations. The first one is clarity. It's probably the most obvious, but we think that the chief mission of science communication can be summarized by this idea that we need to tell the public what the public truly needs to know, and we need to say it as clearly as possible. So this can seem fairly simple, but actually that means that we shouldn't tell the people that we shouldn't tell the public things that make the situation seem way more complicated than it looks, and we should especially help the public understand what is important information and what is less relevant information. During the pandemic, we've had actually different phases in this process, and it was quite interesting. I think early on in the pandemic, we had actually a lot of noise in the sense that in the first few weeks and months, especially between February and April in 2020, there was just an amazing amount of information coming from all types of media covering the pandemic, but there was actually very little analysis. And so for a lot of people, this was just like too much noise, too little signal and information, and it made it very difficult to actually understand what they needed to know. Now we're actually in a different phase where 2 years later, we have a lot of analysis and data on the pandemic, and probably sometimes too much data and too much analysis. There's just a great wealth of things that people can read and look at, but it becomes difficult for people to know exactly what they should be looking at. And the question could be now, like in late 2021, with the vaccination being almost complete in some countries, what does the people need to know? What do they need to know to understand where the pandemic is going? To give you a few examples of this problem and this tension between noise and information, here are the few examples of things that evolved early on during the pandemic. So early on, we saw a lot of focus on individual cases in the first few weeks of the pandemic. Things like 2 new cases detected in London, for example. And people were focusing too much on these individual cases instead of focusing on the growth rate of cases, making maybe the pandemic look less dangerous than it was. Another thing that people focused too much was on daily values, things like, 18 cases yesterday, rather than looking at rolling averages over 7 or 14 days. This is actually something where we've seen a lot of progress from journalists, and it was really a problem at the beginning, but I don't think I've seen recently any example of a journalist using like one specific number. I think they now know that they should be using rolling averages. So that's a very good progress. There was also too much focus on the raw case counts and not enough information about testing, especially early on in the pandemic. And this idea that the cases can only mean as much as you know about testing. And so if you don't test, you cannot find cases. So we also contributed to let people focus more on the positive rate of tests. And also another example of this is this idea of confirmed deaths. And again, this context of if you don't really test people, you can't really detect the deaths. And so the number of confirmed deaths will look really low. And so what you need to look at is excess mortality. So these are just a few examples. So this is actually an example of something we tried to do in April 2020. April is when we introduced our global data set on global testing against COVID-19. So basically trying to count every day the number of PCR tests performed in every country. And to go along with the data, we also published this analysis to try to explain to the public why was data on testing actually relevant at all. And to try to explain to people that what you know about cases depends a lot on what you know about the number of tests that are being done. The second broad principle is complexity, and that is something that we should focus on a lot more. This idea that governs a lot of what we do is that the public is smart and the public is capable of understanding many things. I think that if we doubted this idea, I think the COVID crisis has proven that the public in a very short time can get extremely familiar with many complex ideas and metrics. So things like rolling averages, things like positive rate, reproduction rate, excess mortality, all of these things would have seemed way too complicated to tell the public 2 years ago. But now we see these things being talked about daily on television and on the radio. And I think that proves that actually we should not underestimate the ability of the public to understand very complex things. And actually we should assume on the opposite that the readers are very capable of understanding complex scientific ideas. I think the bottleneck, the problem lies more in the capacity of scientists and organizations like ours to explain to the public what it needs to know and to explain it clearly and with good examples. So that I think is really where it can get difficult, but it's certainly not the responsibility of the public. The third broad principle, which is very linked to what I just said, is that in order to explain to the public complex ideas, you need flexibility. What I mean by flexibility is the idea that you should not use the same type of explanation for everyone. I like this framing of, for different types of patients and different disease, you need different medication. And it's the same thing for the readers. Readers are different and they look for different things and they need different type of answers to the questions they have. For this, we try to give people on our website different types of answers in different formats. For example, we know that a lot of people now come to a website to use the data explorer that I showed earlier with all the charts and the country selection. Because they come and they know exactly what they want. For example, they want to look at the trend in the number of cases in Germany over the last 2 weeks, and they know exactly what they want and they go straight for that. And for them, they don't need any text, they don't need any complicated things, they just want the number. For other people, it's quite the opposite. Some people come to our website looking for just a general explanation of something they know nothing about. And so for those people, we have quite the opposite thing, where we have those long entries, those long pages, where in a way we take them by the hand and we tell them, look, you don't know anything about this. In that case, we're going to explain to you from the beginning what you need to know about this problem. So for example, we have a very long page about excess mortality. What is it? How is it measured? Is it good? Is it bad? And how does it work? And we also show some data that go with that. And sort of in between is a format of the short post, where we show people shorter stories, and maybe these people, they know the topic in general already, but we're interested in telling them a story that they might not have heard. And so, for example, last year we ran a series of short posts about countries that did really well in the management of the pandemic, especially some Asian countries. We also convinced that in order to understand the science better, some people need different formats, and we shouldn't all do the same thing. We, on our website, our World in Data, we focus a lot on texts and charts, but we also provide the raw data. So some people, they actually don't even want our charts, they want the data, the spreadsheet behind the data, so that they can make their own charts themselves. Some people are not very interested in charts and data, and they just want like text, because that's what they like to have. They want to read almost like a media article about the topic. And some people, as we all know, are obviously looking for completely different things like video or audio, like podcasts, and they don't want text and they don't want charts. And what we're convinced of is that not all of these things should necessarily be done by the same organization or by the same person. We should all try to focus on what we do best, where we have the most talent and capacity. And we try to focus on what is missing or what's neglected. And we have this conviction that on many of the world's largest problems, what is missing and neglected is not video, it's not audio, but it's often good quality data and explanation of this data for people to use. So this is kind of a patchwork of examples of the many different ways that we can explain the pandemic to people. Here on the top left, you have a video by Kurzgesagt, which we collaborated with. Same thing on the right with Vox. On the left, you have an example of one of our charts on the website. And here on the top right, you have actually the first few rows of the main data file that we make public on GitHub. And that is the data behind this. There's obviously many different formats. There's text formats from media articles. There's also formats that tend to explain core principles of how a metric works. So for example, this is an article from Johns Hopkins University explaining to their readers how the positive rate, the percentage of positive taste works and why it's important to know. There's also been some very interesting interactive work. So here on the bottom right is an article from the Washington Post from spring of 2020 about contamination and about the reproduction rate and how the disease can transmit more or less quickly depending on the circumstances. And here on the bottom left, you have, if some people will recognize it, it's the dashboard from Johns Hopkins University that was counting the cases and that many people looked at early on in the pandemic. Another principle, and this is where we get to a territory that fewer organizations tend to apply, is transparency. And this is one that is possibly the most important to me. One of the ideas behind our World in Data website is to open everything we do. One of the learnings of this pandemic is that there's been a lot of problems with trust and scientific trust. There's been a few different problems regarding some of the discourse from WHO, also some of the low quality projections done by some institutions like the HME. There's been the famous scandal with a paper published in the Lancet journal about hydroxychloroquine. And there's been a few stories like that where certainly the trust of the public in public health science has been a little bit undermined by some stories. Yet at the same time, the pandemic is also, I think, maybe the main examples of our recent history of science having extremely direct political and real life consequences. So we now live in a world, and we got used to this very quickly, but it's very interesting when you think about it. We now live in a world where in many countries, people look at charts, and if a certain number goes above a threshold, like the number of cases in the last 2 weeks, automatically it sets a new level of alert in the country. And so if a number reaches 500, for example, then suddenly all the schools are closed and all the restaurants are closed, or you cannot leave your city, for example. And this is an extremely new phenomenon. This has never happened before, that scientific data has had so much direct power on the real life of people. And that's not a bad thing. I think that's a rational thing to do, but I think it means that we need to make science and data extremely accessible and open and transparent so that people can check whether this is justified, and people can make sure that they agree with what is being done by governments and by policymakers. For this, we need to make open many things. We need to open the data, but we also need to be more clear about the methods that we use as scientists to create data set and to show numbers and to make decisions. We also need to open things like the code that we use to produce the charts and to produce the numbers. And finally, we also need to open more the papers as the actual findings that scientists have. I think this last part on the papers has been actually not too bad during the pandemic. I think the main journals realized quickly that it was a good thing to unlock all of the papers that were about COVID. But I think if we take the broader context of science communication in general, there's definitely a problem with the fact that so many good scientific knowledge is hidden in papers that are locked behind paywalls and that only scientists can understand and access. To give you a few concrete examples, this is the page of the main data set that we make available to the public. This is a data set that we've been maintaining for 2 years now, and people can access this data set free. It's completely open access and they can reuse it. They can access it in various different formats. And in this data, we try to make available all of the main metrics that are useful for people to analyze themselves the data on COVID for all the countries in the world. But as I said, it's not just about the data. We actually think we need to go further and also open the code. What you're looking at here is the actual piece of code that I run every morning to collect the data on South Korean vaccinations to update our main charts on vaccinations around the world. And what you're seeing here is available publicly on GitHub, and people can go on the website and just look at this code. And they can not just look at it, but they can also suggest changes and corrections. And in a way, the reason I'm showing this is also to make the point that for us, it's not just about an ethical principle of making the code open. It's also a safeguard. It's also protection for us. Counting the vaccinations for the world is a very big responsibility, especially because we're the only ones doing it now. We are the only organization doing this. And so actually, like, as the provider of this data, I actually feel reassured and more safe that knowing that people can actually look at the code I'm using and they can actually tell me if there's any mistake in it. If this piece of code was just confidential and it was on my computer and no one could see it, I would have all the responsibility on myself if there was any mistake, because no one could tell me. Here, I know that many people have looked at this code and they haven't found anything wrong with it. And so I feel almost like reassured that it's probably good and it's probably collecting the data in a good way. Another broad principle is humility. Humility in the sense of promoting nuance in scientific communication. I think this is something that is lacking in much of science communication today, where people try to communicate about strong and bold ideas and to make things sound more simple sometimes than they truly are. And I think it's a mistake. I don't think we should be afraid to tell readers about the fact that what we study, whether it's public health or anything else like climate change, is very complicated, and that at any given time, we're not entirely sure of some things. There are things we're entirely sure of, but some other things we still don't quite know. And I think early on in the pandemic, in the first few months, there was probably not enough nuance and humility in the scientific communications. Too many people and too many organizations try to make themselves look more confident than they truly were in some of their knowledge. And the problem is, if you're not honest about that, it means that you're not really able to change your mind later or to say something that is slightly different from what you said a few months ago. And so avoiding nuance leads to overconfidence. And overconfidence is a big problem when later you need to say slightly different things. One example I like to use is the nuance between hand washing and masks. Hand washing, at least in the countries I know, which is especially France and the United Kingdom, hand washing for the first few months was really said to be the main thing that people should do. And so in all the restaurants and all the shops, you have those little bottles of alcoholic gel where you can wash your hands. And they're still there now. And of course, obviously they are useful and people should wash their hands regularly to protect against all disease. But because of this focus on hand washing, some of the complexity about the fact that COVID is mostly a respiratory disease and that it's mostly transmitted through the air, all of this has been lost a lot. And a lot of people in those countries still very much focus too much on hand washing and not enough on things like masks and ventilation of spaces, because it never really happens for the government to tell them that actually the main thing you should do is wear a mask and ventilate the room you're in. Another example of this is this story that I like to tell about excess mortality and mortality in COVID. This is just a quick example to show what it means to be honest about the complexity of the topic. So this basically means that when we talk about the impact of COVID, one of the first things that people realize is that we should not count cases, we should count deaths. But then another layer of complexity is that because we lack testing and it's sometimes difficult to attribute the cause of death, confirmed death can often be an undercount of true mortality. Then the next layer is to add excess mortality and to explain to people that it's a better indicator of total mortality during the pandemic. But then another layer of complexity that we should be honest about is that excess mortality has a lot of problems. It can take a lot of time for excess mortality to come in and to be usable. It's also a biased measure in some countries because it's based on the average of the last few years, and in some countries that can be a problem. There can also be a problem in the fact that excess mortality can undercount the number of deaths caused by COVID if other deaths have also gone down because of things like social restrictions, for example, fewer car accidents. And finally, another final layer of complexity is to try to also explain to people that maybe mortality is not the only consequence of COVID on health, and that other things like long COVID can also have a lot of impact. Finally, as the last broad principles that we try to apply, and this one actually goes beyond COVID, we try to tell people about how to prioritize the different problems that they can think of with their mind and to not put everything on the same level. And I think that's really something that a lot of, especially a lot of the media organizations, they shy away from, and they basically try to tell people about many different things and they don't try to rank them in any way. And I think that's a problem in the sense that we are saturated by a lot of information and data and content of all kinds. And we need to help the public understand what truly matters. And we do that by trying to tell them about what are the world's large problems. And of course, by consequence, what are problems that are less big and less urgent. We also try to tell them about the important indicators that we need to track those problems. And we need to tell them about how can we possibly make progress against those problems. One example of this that we did in 2016 is this chart showing on the left side the actual causes of death of people in the United States. On the second column, you have what people look for on Google. So people just looking for different things in the search queries. And here on the right, in the third and fourth column, you have the coverage done by the New York Times and the Guardian in 2016. So this is just to show this, contrast between what people think they should pay attention to and what we think they should truly be paying attention to, given the impact that they truly have. And in this sense, we think that today we should tell people that COVID is obviously one of the world's largest problems, again today, and that it will likely remain one of the world's largest problems for some time, at least another few months, another few years in some countries, but that there are also other large problems that we should not neglect in the meantime. Obviously, in this context of COP26, climate change comes to mind as a strong problem that we should also need to pay attention to at the same time. And on the subject of infectious disease, I think it's also a time to start being more honest and truthful with the public about the fact that COVID might not be a once in a century event, and that actually we need to prepare ourselves for future pandemics, and maybe some of them will be worse than COVID. And it is one of the responsibilities of public health to be prepared for that. Finally, I will leave you with a few recommendations of organizations. I've talked a lot about Our World in Data, but I think a lot of other organizations do this really well. And here are a few recommendations. Vox.com does this really well. There's also the website The Conversation, which allows scientists to write articles aimed for the general public. Works in Progress is also a great website gathering articles from various people. And here are a few recommendations of scientists, researchers in public health who are doing extremely good work communicating with the public on Twitter. Thank you very much.
네, 매튜 총괄님의 아주 재밌는
Thank you very much, Matthew, for your interesting and informative presentation. Would like to have a short Q&A session, either from the floor or from the online. Through the online, you can post your questions or ask questions in person freely. Please raise your hand so that we can bring over the microphone to you. All right, then. As we don't have any questions for now, would like to thank once again for your presentation, Matthew.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me.
예, 시간이 조금 지체가 됐는데
Well, we are a bit behind the schedule. Before we move on to the next presentation, would like to have a 5-minute short break. We will resume the next session at 10:55. Thank you.
자, 2021 사이언스 얼라이브 두 번째 발표를
Now let us move on to the
진행하겠습니다.
second presentation today, the
오늘
second Science Alive
두 번째
event.
발표는요,
Our second speaker would be Professor Emeritus Lee Jae-dam at Seoul Asan Medical Center. His topic is, what lessons do we learn from infectious diseases? Let me introduce our speaker today. He's also known very well as a writer, doctor, and I think looking at the COVID-19 pandemic, I'm sure he had a lot of ideas going on in his mind, and he would be sharing his ideas today. He graduated from Seoul National University School of Medicine. He got his doctor's degree at Osaka City University. Then he served as a visiting professor at Harvard University and Dean of Medical School at Ulsan University. I'd like to give the microphone to our second speaker, Dr. Lee Jae-dam. Good morning.
반갑습니다, 여러분.
Good morning.
오늘 제목이
My title is, What do we learn as humanity from this pandemic?
해달라고 말씀하셔서 생각을
And that
해봤습니다.
this is the topic that I was requested to talk about by the organizer. If we learned good lessons from every pandemic, I think we would not have had this pandemic. But I think we are failing in doing this. But as a scientist, we have our scientific knowledge that has been accumulated over the years. And based on such knowledge, we may think about how we should respond to next pandemics to come. So I think that we have one slide missing here.
보시면
And as you can see,
이때까지 역사적으로 있었던 이제 팬데믹이 종류를 쭉
so historically there's been pandemics occurring,
팬데믹이다 아니다 이런 거를 이제
and whether this pandemic is severe or not, the criteria are not that clear, but basically we may look at death toll.
이제 쭉뭐 자세한 거는
For further information, the letters are so fine.
코로나는 지금
How
현재
about COVID-19? Around 5 million people were killed by COVID-19. Historically, if you look at records, I think this is the 8th or the 10th largest pandemic.
팬데믹 중에 이제 여러 가지가 있는데
There's been a number of pandemics, but there have been world-changing pandemics. And there are several of them. Let me share some of them. So it was 430 BC, plague of Athens. As you can see, that happened when Athens was surrounded by Sparta.
약 10만 명이 죽었다 그러죠.
Around 100,000 people were killed.
또는 에볼라라는
Some people say that was because of typhoid or Ebola. Many theories.
페리클레스가 사망하고
And Pericles also died because of this. And that was the end of the heyday of Athens.
인류의 문명을 약간
So that changed the course of human civilization. This is how the plague of Athens is viewed. We have Antonian plague then, and this is estimated to be a smallpox. The soldiers, as they came back from a war, the disease spread in their hometown, including Emperor Marcus Aurelius. More than 5 million were dead. So this is a big number because at the time the total population was not that big. And after that, the soldiers of Rome weakened and the period of Pax Romana ended. So this plague made great contributions to the ending of Pax Romana. And then plague of Justinian. It was during the Byzantine Emperor period, and this laid the foundation to end the Byzantine Empire. And it is estimated to be a bubonic plague. So these are pandemics that killed more than 1 million people. The first pandemic is Black Death, and then Spanish flu. And here you would see HIV/AIDS. Whether HIV/AIDS is a pandemic or not, some scholars say this is a pandemic and this is an ongoing pandemic.
현재
Now today,
10월 달 통계로
this is as of October, 4.8 million people killed during COVID-19. This places COVID-19 in the 8th or 9th place out of all the worldwide pandemics.
이거랑 견줄 만한
And then there would be comparable pandemics to COVID-19. And I have just introduced to you these pandemics. Plague of Justinian in the 6th century, and then pest in the 14th century, and then smallpox in the New Continent in the 16th century, including measles.
1918년에
And then in 1918, Spanish flu.
코로나 이전에
So prior to pandemic, these were the pandemics that threatened humanity in quite a significant scale.
그중에서 이제 인류의 가장 큰 교훈을 남겼다거나
And the biggest lessons were learned, I think the biggest lessons were produced from this past in the Middle Ages, and there was a big event, but we were not able to learn that a lot, and that was because of the lack of knowledge. So this is called a Black Death because of the black spots that occur under the shoulder and inside the thighs. Big swellings would occur with this disease, egg shape, and it's quite ugly. Chest pain, cough, blood vomiting, these were the symptoms, and eventually people would die because of this pest in the Middle Ages. Incubation period is around 1 week, so at first we did not know that well, but when it is transmitted and infected, then we know the existence of the disease. So this is a progress of pest transmission. It originated from China, that's according to one theory, and it killed about half of the Chinese population, but some scholars say that every bad thing, almost all bad things happen in China, and that's one objection raised by some, but this is according to one theory. China is such a vast country. It originated in China, and then for 4 years, 20 million people were killed because of this pest.
주로 또 이제 여기 또 재밌는 게
And what's interesting is
이탈리아를 거쳐 유럽에 갔다.
it went to Europe through Italy. The COVID-19 was quite similar, originated in China and then through Milan in Italy, through that textile factory. Now the COVID-19 broke out in Europe as well, coming from China, then through Italy.
이런 팬데믹이 엄청나게 번지는 데는 다
So the great transmission of the pandemic is driven by other underlying conditions.
열악한 위생 상태.
Poor hygiene.
사람들이 다 위생 상태가 안 좋았을 때.
When hygiene conditions are poor, when there is malnutrition, when there is a lack of sanitation, when all these conditions are met, and as we have the outbreak of such a pandemic, then it would leave great damage behind it. And also what's noticeable is quarantine. The word quarantine originates from this area, the Middle Age, when the pest broke out. So this pandemic of pest killed people, and as a consequence, humanity was left with these impacts. First of all, prices went down, and we had an excess of supplies and less working population, leading to increasing wages. And the serf who used to work in farms as a slave became peasant. Now we have this classification between landowners and proletariat, leading to the breakdown of feudalism. And church became weak because it suffered human and physical damages. For example, among priests, excellent priests stayed by the side of patients, but they got infected because of that. But these rather bad priests who just ran away came back, and then they ultimately contributed to the collapse of churches. When such a pandemic happens, there always is a scapegoat. So some people said that these Jews simply sprayed poison in the well. That's why people were killed because of this pest. So there was a massacre of Jews at the time across the entire Europe.
아시는 분은 다 아시겠지만
And some of you may know this, but it was because Jews were engaged in the financial industry at the time.
이론에 의하면
According to Christianity,
종족끼리는 돈을 빌려주고 뭐 이자 받으면 안 된다.
so for example, lending money and getting interest is not allowed
해도 된다고
among the same people. And then
주로
the Pope permitted Jews to be engaged in financial industry because they believed the Jews were not the same.
복을 풀었다 해가지고 다
So there were many borrowers,
그런 것도 있었다.
and when Jews were massacred, it meant that those borrowers had no one to pay interest to.
도망가는데 그때 폴란드의 어떤 왕
And during this time, a king in Poland
관대하게
was generous, and he embraced all the Jews coming. And during the Second World War, you would see that it was Poland where the most number of Jews were killed. And the reason why Jews all came to Poland was because of this incident that happened in the Middle Age.
그다음에 이제 유명한 게 스페인 강
Now, the Spanish flu is also famous. In 1918, it all started and wreaking havoc globally. There was the strongest epidemic after the past of the Middle Age because it had the most number of death tolls within 1 year. Starting in the United States in 1918, it all started at a training camp in the US. It went to France. And as the US joined the First World War, the epidemic traveled to France and then Spain. At first, it was very infectious,
독성이 강하지
but it was not toxic or lethal. It was simply a flu.
엄청 많이 생겼습니다.
But a number of patients grew rapidly.
독성이
But with the coming of summer, it became very lethal.
변이 바이러스
So these days, we often talk about mutants and variations. As this virus became very lethal, it resulted in a big and large death toll, transforming itself into a pandemic.
전체 걸린 사람의 2.5%.
The 2.5% of the infected people were killed.
걸린 사람
So if you look at Korea's infected to death toll ratio, it's 0.6%, but it's 2.5%. So compared to COVID-19, it was 4 to 5 times stronger.
젊은 사람들이 많이 죽었어요.
Especially young people died during this pandemic.
코로나랑은 좀 대조가 되죠.
So this is quite different from COVID-19.
대통령, 영국 수상,
The US President, Prime Minister of the UK, the Prime Minister of Germany, they all got this virus, but they recovered. And this means
잘은 모르지만
that we do not know well, but in this time and age, these people maybe must have gotten a similar virus, then got recovered.
그래서 1년 지난 1919
Then in 1919, in summer of 1919, the Spanish flu came to an end.
1918년이면
So 1918 or 1919, this was a time when the March 1st movement happened in Korea. 140,000 people were killed during this time. At the time, our population was around 20 million, so it was out of 1 every 200 people who were killed. This is a big number indeed. And then what people do at the time? So 1918, you would believe that science and technology advanced quite a lot, and people would not be doing any stupid things, but that was not the case. They sprayed chemicals on the road and mask mandates, but some people believed that the cigarette smoke would kill the virus, so smoking was encouraged. And if you have porridge a lot, then you will not be getting this disease. Restaurants closed down, and funeral was limited into 15 minutes. No restriction on the number of attendants, but the ceremony itself was restricted into 15 minutes. Without travel certificate, without certificate proving that you were not getting the disease, you were not able to travel. Of course, to show the lack of medical professionals, coffins were running out, and grave diggers and funeral directors. Also, there was a shortage of such personnel. So quite an overlapping image. So mask mandate, mask wearing, that was encouraged, but similar thing happened during the time. People were not wearing their mask. Fines were imposed, but there was not a permanent measure in place. So why is it good when we wear our mask? And how did people ever imagine that that would be good? In 1910, in Manchuria, in China, in the northern part of China, a pest broke out. And at the time, a Chinese doctor, a Malaysian Chinese doctor who graduated from Cambridge University and then who were invited into Manchuria for epidemiological investigation. He was 31 years old at the time. The first thing he did was to encourage people to wear masks, but people laughed at him. Would it be effective? But his follower, a French doctor, he simply laughed at his recommendations, but right before being handed over his work, he got the disease and died. So mask wearing proved to be effective by that person, the doctor. It was 1910. And then in 1918, at least globally, doctors and scientists were aware of the benefit of mask wearing. But as mentioned before, communication is the key, but people rarely recognize this. Why should I wear my mask? I have my freedom not to wear a mask. But eventually that led to a big number of death toll. Now, let me summarize. So, around 20 million to 100 million people were killed during the Spanish flu period. At the time of 1918, we didn't know clearly about virus. We had a vague concept, but we were not aware of such a virus that would lead to such a pandemic. So Haemophilus influenza, it's a germ, and that was thought to be the cause of this pandemic. But decades later, it turned out that it was an influenza virus, in fact. Now, quarantine started. So stopping the flow of people and goods coming. The same happened during the pandemic. Australia stopped people and goods coming. For example, it suspended goods 1,500 kilometers away from its territory. And the Australian government took the same measure, but it was a bit complacent. And then during the third wave of this pandemic, Australia got complacent and virus came again. So 12,000 people abruptly died because of COVID-19 in Australia. And soldiers got together and they were often killed. And it meant that we were not able to go on with the war. So 1880 kilometers away from Paris, the war suddenly stopped because soldiers simply were killed. So that was the end of the First World War, at least from the medical perspective. And also this was a pandemic whose reality was least known. So this is a forgotten pandemic. It was because it was only a matter of 2 to 3 days that people were killed, and especially young people were killed. So relatively a lower number of well-known people were killed, and it was during a war, and the press releases were controlled strictly. It was simply known as a Spanish flu, but the Spanish people regret this. It was because it originated from France because of US soldiers. And why is this called a Spanish flu? It was because at the time Spain was a neutral country. The press, the freedom of press still existed, and journalists kept reporting that people are getting flu. So globally it is still called and known as a Spanish flu. And less side effects. These were characteristics of the Spanish flu. And then following that, how did we behave as humanity? A lot of young people were killed between 20s and 40s. Now we have these households without fathers, a lot of orphans. Young people were killed, and as a result, the average life expectancy of those survived increased. According to statistics, in the 1920s, we had this baby boom generation. And scientific medicine was so powerless. As a result, alternative medicine got attention from people. And inversely, in China, alternative medicine was quite prevalent. Now China inversely got interested in scientific medicine. What about Russia? A revolution happened. A socialist medical system was created in Russia. So globally, a big change occurred. Now epidemiology, health statistics were established as a discipline. And eugenics, it became also popular at the time. According to eugenics, such pandemics, whether you get this pandemic or not, it all is attributable to individual or fitness and physique. It is not a relevant concept today, but I think it makes a sense in a way. And for your information, both the US President and the British Prime Minister got the disease. And the same happened with COVID-19 today. HIV/AIDS, it's still controversial. It's an ongoing pandemic, according to some scholars. Now let's come to COVID-19. I'm sure you know this too well. Its fertility rate, this much. It's a respiratory infection disease. So December 2019, the first case was reported in Wuhan, China. But these days, it is said to be October or early November. There was an International Soldier Sports Day, and through that event, this disease broke out and then spread. Currently, it's over 5 million people who were killed because of COVID-19. And individual hygiene and quarantine got stringent, leading to economic depression. And politicians across different countries took different control measures. But the rapid vaccine development and vaccine rollout, also this is part of the overall COVID-19 picture that we have today. So what lessons do we learn from this? I don't think I'm in the right position to do this. So I've Googled well-known people in this field, and I'd like to introduce these lessons that were preached by these renowned people. So many things have changed. For example, virtual meetings becoming the norm, and then more and more personal space would be desired by people. And sporting and music events on a large scale would become increasingly difficult to be hosted, and essential workers, for example, essential workers would include cleaners, truck drivers, who play essential roles in our daily lives, and their value would gain renewed attention. So how about a rise in wages if this continues? But I think a similar thing happened during the Black Death period many years ago. And after, in the wake of COVID-19, what do we crave for? First, security. And second, social experiences, sociabilities. And what's interesting is the third lesson, travel, especially local tourism. It's because it's hard to go overseas. There's going to be an explosive growth in local tourism. Last week, I visited Jeju Island, and there was an explosion of caseloads as well. How about the entire world? There are political scientists who had their say. Healthcare is not a matter of welfare anymore. It's a national security priority. And global economic and psychological shock, liberalism and capitalism will weaken, will lose their force, and national control would strengthen. So you would see the emergence of dictators and presidents who show rather bizarre behaviors. And some historians say that the emergence of dictatorships and racism would be a trend. And as a result, national isolationism or even more active international cooperation, humanity is at this critical juncture. For the better, we need to promote international cooperation, but for the time being, this will not be the case. In the wake of COVID-19, how our daily lives will change. I've Googled it once again. Telework and telemedicine, and the needs for these services would increase. As for stay-at-home work, it's quite prevalent, but remote health, doctors have objections against this, but in fact, civil organizations are against this. I think doctors and healthcare professionals are not that much against the remote health services. It's a joke, but as long as there is an appropriate level of price that is guaranteed, doctors will be willing to do this. But civil organizations are against it. They say that it's going to be widening the wealth gap. But in today, the Korea is very much driven by these civil organizations. So telehealth is not being established firmly. But this is a global trend. And there would be a time very soon that Korea needs to follow soon. So diagnoses are made online, then drug will be delivered. That's how telemedicine is about. And urban traffic congestion would worsen because people all want to drive their cars. Online shopping is increasing, so no more need for a suit because you are working at home. Less sales of cosmetics. As a result, department stores would see their revenues decline. And as we have seen in recent incident of the severe shortage of certain goods, now countries are aware that essential goods need to be manufactured inside in their own country. So the global supply chain would be transforming into a more localized supply chains. At least essential goods need to be manufactured on site where there is a need. Now, the increasing amount of online transactions mean that paper money or coins will be disappearing more and more. Now, food deliveries or less dining out because it's difficult to go out, and the way you survive as an individual and your daily life patterns will change. How about young people? This is indeed an unfortunate generation of young people we have. What's important is they have, as it is so emphasized that you need to wash your hands, people have this paranoia about washing one's hands, and there will be an increasing number of young people who are paranoid about washing their hands, and increasing a number of young people suffering depression. It's hard to land a job these days. So many bad stories for young people. It means we need to take better care of young people. And this is according to mental health care professionals. If I summarize, this pandemic makes it onto the global top 10 in terms of death toll. So it is the largest pandemic whose cause was identified along with its outbreak. And the vaccine development took place at the fastest pace, including latest medicine. It was a test of humanity's collective intelligence, and I think we are making pretty much good success in overcoming this. Restrictions on mobility, mask mandate, social distancing. Now there are increasing discussions about the public safety and the restriction of individual freedom. Now, telework and virtual communication, these are unprecedented changes that we have not experienced before. So what do we learn from this as a humanity, and how do we define humanity? From Yale School of Medicine, I was able to have these excerpts of important lessons. The first lesson is masks are useful tools. Second, telehealth would become the new normal. And third, vaccines are powerful tools. And during the pandemic, everyone is not equal in terms of treatment.
정신 건강도 중요하다.
And mental health is important.
인간은 회복력이 있다.
And we have resiliency
그다음에 이 사회,
and society, social safety net,
기술 이런 것들이
and technology
핵심적인 요소다.
are essential components.
우리는 겸손해져야 된다.
And we need to have a dose of humility.
그다음에 이제 또 이거는 이제 뭐 컨슈머 리포트라는
This is from the Consumer Report.
역시 비슷한 얘기입니다. 근데 이제
Quite similar lessons, but
떠나서
not from purely medical perspective, but from the perspective of consumers.
헬스, 워크, 소셜
The first lesson is we've harnessed technology for health, work, and socializing, all interconnected. And second, we picked up important wellness habits.
자기 스스로 뭘
And
하는
third,
그런 것들이야.
we've become better at do-it-yourself.
쇼핑도
And fourth,
옛날하고 다르게
now we begin to shop differently, for example, through online channels.
우선순위가 많이 바뀌게
And fifth, our priorities will change significantly.
진짜 우리가 팬데믹에서 뭘 배워야 될 것인가?
So what are the true lessons that we should learn from the pandemic? First, human history and natural history can no longer be separated. So Earth and humanity go hand in hand.
예방이
Prevention
치료보다는
is
훨씬
better than cure,
과학에 더
which means we must learn to listen to science.
전 지구적인 위협에는 전 지구
Global threats need global collaboration.
각각의
And fourth,
분야에서 각각 중요한 역할들
each of us has important role to play in our own field.
부처님 말씀 같은 것들을 이렇게
So it seems like the lessons of Buddha. But last but not least, are we capable of learning?
끝내고 있습니다. 제 얘기는 이걸로 그만하겠습니다.
So that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 이재담 교수님의
So thank you very much, Professor Lee. That was fascinating
다음으로
indeed. Now let's begin
첫
with
번째
our
라운드 테이블을
discussion.
진행할 예정입니다. 주제는요.
Well, the topic of the first roundtable
과학 공동체의 역할에
is the
대해서
role of scientific community in response to the crisis of COVID-19. And we'll be inviting 5 panelists for this roundtable session, so please be patient for a while we are arranging the stage. And in waiting, I would like to introduce Professor Tong Woo-sung of the Department of Industrial Management Engineering at Posttech, who will be serving as moderator.
정리하겠습니다. 예. 예, 준비가 된 것 같습니다. 마이크를
It seems we are ready,
교수님께 넘기도록
so I'll
하겠습니다.
hand over the microphone to Professor Tong.
안녕하십니까. 첫 번째 라운드 테이블
Good morning.
포항공과대
I am, as introduced, Professor Tong Woo-sung at Posttech, and I'll be serving as moderator. And I was quite impressed by the presentation of Professor Lee Jae-dam. And throughout the history of humanity, we have been threatened by a variety of diseases and plagues. And he also touched upon the lessons learned from those cases. It is true that we have learned lessons, but we also forgot many of those lessons, living busy lives. Well, COVID-19 has reminded of what had happened and what we went through in the history. But as Professor Lee has mentioned, it is true that the scientific technology has a lot advanced, and thanks to that, we were quite quick in responding to the crisis of pandemic. So speaking of which, scientific technology is becoming more and more intertwined with the society where we live. In that sense, The second Science Alive, under the theme of the era of infectious diseases, Science That Acts and Science That Communicates, summarizes the discourse and the thoughts that we have to get together. The first and foremost, science, community, acts, communication. Well, concerning these keywords, Professor Oh Cheol-woo has been contemplating on in a serious way as former journalist, and he may have many comments about how we could respond as a society and how we can prepare ourselves for the future. Please go ahead.
안녕하세요.
Good morning.
오철우입니다.
I am Oh Cheol-woo.
먼저 좋은 자리에 이렇게
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this
개인 사정으로 제가
meaningful
현장에
occasion, and due to my personal
아쉽게 생각합니다.
schedules, I am not able to attend this conference in person physically, so I am sorry for that.
코로나19 위기에 대응하는 과학 공동체 역할
The role of scientific community in response to the crisis of COVID-19, this is a topic that we will discuss throughout this roundtable, and I've been thinking about it when asked to be one of the panelists for this session. And as Professor Lee Jae-dam has just mentioned during his presentation, and more than ever, the role of scientific community has been quite significant in responding to the crisis.
여러 인터넷에서 이렇게 검색을 하다 보면
If you search on the internet how the crisis has changed the science, and in the era of COVID-19, how science has changed the world, and these type of questions seem to garner much attention from the public. We can recognize it easily. And in summary, the answers mostly seen were the role of scientific community in response to COVID-19. And in addition to that, sharing and collaboration were quite highlighted. And people thought, let me correct that, people seem to think that through information sharing and collaboration, we were able to identify the path of infection and the cause of the infection, and that contributed hugely to the world response. And one another point is about the identity of the novel virus that we identified only in 11 months. It's quite unprecedented, and we have rewritten the history of infectious diseases by developing vaccine to that. And it was all possible thanks to sharing and collaboration, and also under the urgent circumstance, politics and science have made a balanced decision-making process, and also many international organizations, including WHO, joined forces to that, and consequently, the development of vaccines in the most rapid way, and these are one of the prominent characteristics of our responses to the crisis and the role of scientific community. Thank you very much. Well, we're now running a round table, which means that we will give out a chance to speak to each panelist one by one, and we'll have several rounds as deemed to the round table session. And as said earlier, we are now holding this round table in a hybrid manner of on and offline, so our audience can upload their questions through online and ask questions directly from the floor. We have just received one question online. Compared to the outer world, Korean scientific community have developed many drugs and therapies, but other than COVID-19 vaccine, and these achievements have not been well communicated to the outside of Korea. So other than therapy or COVID-19 vaccines, we also have developed many relevant technologies and techniques. So would you please elaborate on these? Yes, it's true that since the outbreak of COVID-19, we know that there are different phases and stages of spread. And actually, we focused at first on the preventive measures as we went through the greatest shortage of masks, which are mainly made of polyethylene, and these are not quite soluble in a solution. And there are many pores and open spaces, and this will let particles and other substances to come through. So we use MB filter to prevent the static. But last year, MB filter was in the significant shortage. So to replace the MB filter, we were thinking to find a replacing material. So our researchers and overseas research institutes have found a nanofiber filters to apply them to masks. These are one of the representative variants that we did. And at this stage, at the current stage, vaccine is the most important factor. But just before that, PPE had that place. So there are several stages that will respond differently with different techniques. Yes, it is true that the situation differs last year, this year, and as we have implemented living with corona measures, and at this stage will also turn its forms. All right, then, Doctor, is there any change in research area? Yes, we do have much changes. For example, research methods, like a hybrid manner of holding an event, or other than that, work from home is another phenomenon that we have. We need to manage our time in an appropriate way. For us, we need to have a more detailed plan to expect the result of the experiments, because we do not have much time compared to before to stay at the lab. And let me also address the question previously asked, if there is any advancement of techniques other than the vaccine or therapies of COVID-19. I study brain science, and there are many people isolated due to COVID-19 and not well treated with the diseases originated from the social isolation related to COVID-19, like depression. So to respond to these, we have been conducting many researches. And actually, as Professor Kim Il-do has just commented, well, the urgent needs lie in PPE, vaccines, and therapies, and these type of efforts that may have not been seen well because of the urgent priorities. Yes, it is true that there are many roles to be played by the scientific community because of COVID-19, sociality, or innate nature of people as social beings. Yes, I'm not sure, but I know that there are certain things that we have lost from COVID-19. So concerning this, Professor Kim, did you recognize something in person in daily lives? Well, COVID-19 pandemic has hugely impacted the society, but also, as Professor Cho has just mentioned, the scientific community was hugely influenced by the COVID-19. I'm not an exception to that. Well, originally, some scientists who haven't studied the COVID-19 or viruses before, but they have newly joined in this area after the break of COVID-19. As you may know, if you read international journals, but there have not been much publications about the viruses. But if you look at the overseas journals, which do not have direct relations with the viruses, we can see many of the publications are dealing with virus. Actually, I've been studying cancer, and in particular brain cancer, but I wanted to make some contributions to COVID-19 and viruses, and it's been almost 1 year that I've started studying COVID-19. So it impacted a lot on scientists who would like to contribute with their skills and knowledges to the COVID-19, the fight against the COVID-19. And as mentioned earlier, 5 million people died from COVID-19, but when it comes to the confirmed cases, it's more than 250 million cases. So we have to worry about the side effects like brain fog of the infected people, and we see many cases suffering from brain fog, and these cases will be increasing, but we do not have countermeasures for now. We need to propose countermeasures and solutions, and that's the role of scientific community. It's the only community who could do that. So this is a burden that we have to take, and there are lots of directions and future plans that we need to think of, and we have to make our contribution to that.
So whenever a crisis comes, it can also be an opportunity. It rather encourages investments in science and technology. During this pandemic, as you mentioned, there's been research on viruses that has been not that active, but there was really stimulated. And epidemics and professionals are also paying attention to this discipline. As you are practicing medicine yourself, what was your experience? I have not been in the field on the very front line, but I do hear stories. For example, there's an infectious internal medicine, and it's going to emerge as a discipline during the pandemic. But there's no young doctors who would really to get training in this field. Maybe is it because of the fear of getting this disease, wearing protective suits? Is it because of all the hardships and difficult requirements? And rather, there's a less number of young people who like to major in that discipline. For those epidemiology professionals, they made great contributions. That was part of preventive medicine in the past. But these professionals, Ms. Chung Eun-kyung, who headed the Center of Disease Controls, they all served as a professor at preventive medicine. They got their degrees, and then they turned their career path to become a public servant. But the Korean government, I think, placed them into their right position. I think our score would be A+ compared to other countries. The general public itself is excellent, but also the government did an excellent job in taking the lead. If I look around epidemiological care professionals, they would often raise objections against my paper, citing significant statistical errors, but in this time of emergency, they had a big role to play. As a doctor, I do practice medicine, working on individual patients, but these epidemiologists, they are working to heal our entire nation. In a sense, every discipline serves their role, so we need to be competitive in nurturing scholars and professionals. During this pandemic, new issues emerged. As a scientific community, how do we resolve such challenges? As a scientist, we need to look at imminent issues, but also we need to look far and beyond, looking into the future, developing technology, far-sighted, and preparing for future is not only limited to technology development, it also has interactions with the daily lives of the general public. As a scientific community, have we ever worked to predict issues in the daily lives of the general public? Have we done this sufficiently? This is my question. Professor Oh, can you share with us any concrete examples or your ideas on this? Very excellent question, but also a very difficult question. As other panelists mentioned, there's one thing that really occurred in my mind. In the wake of COVID-19, relevant research grew exponentially. This is one outstanding characteristic. According to statistics, this is evident. So about year between December 2020 and December 2021, 75,000 papers were published on the topic of COVID-19. Prior to that, out of infectious disease viruses, coronaviruses were rather at the back burner of our attention, but we witnessed an explosion in researchers' interest in this. Not just demonstrative science, but also in social sciences. It became the topic that is researched massively. This was an abrupt outbreak of the pandemic. Its identity was not so clear, but such research activities contributed to elucidating the identity of this pandemic. But also there was too much excess on this. So COVIDization, this was a new term coined to describe this phenomenon. So these research activities contributed significantly, but almost everyone was researching this topic, and this was disrupting the diversity, economic diversity. So this is one thing that I'd like to share with you. When there is a big threat, science and civil society, in the face of such a big threat, how do scientists and civil society come together to overcome this? Of course, this is a daunting challenge, never an easy one. But not just the threat of this pandemic. We have had a number of threats, and science and technology has played a role throughout them all. So social and political aspects are inherent in such a threat, as pointed out by many people. Overcoming a crisis is not possible only with science and technology, not with society or politics alone. So society, science, and politics all have to come together Scientific issues and political issues are not isolated in the face of a single threat. All these seemingly disparate disciplines may interact with one another, coming together. Specifically, the so-called risk communication. In responding to risks, how do we ensure the scientific, political, and social aspects are all engaged? Because these are all inherent aspects of any crisis. So when you talk about risk communication, I believe that if one of these important elements is engaged, that would not work. I think representative interest groups from each aspect would participate in this process of risk communication. And I believe this is very much needed. Professor Oh, so risk communication, you talked about risk communication. During this pandemic, fake information disseminated heavily through online channels. And scientific professionals and their messages need to get across. Even professionals themselves focus on their specific fields. So it's hard to find the right professional, and this also belongs to that realm of risk communication. And as you pointed out, it is not solely science and technology that drives our society. So decisions should be made not just by science and technology itself, but this is such a pandemic, and it was an ongoing pandemic and a threat that the entire humanity faced. Even amid the massive amount of fake news, and of course, scientific professionals suffered because of this dissemination of fake news. So have you ever experienced such phenomenon in relation to your research fields? Any distorted views or perspectives?
Practically, rather than those cases, my personal belief is that truth never changes, and the time will reveal what was wrong and what is right. The time corrects all things. From the first outbreak of COVID-19, infection mechanism was the key to figure out, is it through the air or is it through a spray, droplet infection? But the droplet is not seen, so we tested some experimentations in our lab to figure out how far a droplet can travel. So not only our institute, but many overseas institutes have studied the same way. There may be some distortions of the truth, and the wrong information can be spread. But I personally consider them as happening because we have collective intellectual capacity to correct those fake information. And can I ask a question to Professor Chung? How many times do you eat delivery food a week? 1 or 2 times? Less than I expected. But since COVID-19, culture has changed a lot. Online is strengthened with logistics and delivery. So people were not really considerate of plastics that they discard. But at some time, well, I order lots of delivery food these days, and I see a pile of plastic waste. And plastics used for PPE and masks, it takes more than 1,000 years to be composed. So that's why companies and the public attention are focusing on the biodegradable plastics. So CJ, LG Chemicals, they compete to produce biodegradable plastics, and they are now in the process of making them. So plastic waste is also directly related to CO2 emission. So I would like to ask for joint forces from the public in this area too. Thank you. I focus on social data analysis. So before COVID and after COVID, we have been looking into the behavioral changes of people. And almost all areas of society have been conducting researches and analysis in COVID-19, as the other panelists that just pointed out that we have a concentration on specific research field. Well, in relation with pandemic, it's true that the people may have shown more interest in a particular area of research. What was that? The mostly directly impacted area is about brain diseases in relation to COVID-19. Many researchers have been focusing on this area, and also side effects of COVID-19 impacting on the brain function, and the risks of vaccination, the possibility of risks in vaccination. And these are several areas that I see my colleague researchers have started their studies in. And well, actually, I was expecting the same question asked to Professor Kim Il-do, so I was preparing an answer to that. Well, recently, the fake information I received about the risks of vaccination, there was one particular information that I found interesting and also quite absurd and nonsense, and many people believe in this. And vaccination implants a chip into the brain of people, and it is on purpose by the government. They would like to control their people, and that is why there are many American people who became anti-vaxxers. Well, actually, one of my research field is a neuron system that could control the brain. So I was wondering, like, oh, is it already developed in the US while I am not aware of it? Well, this kind of fake information and fake news should be actively addressed by the scientific community. Some audience has pointed out, I think, but that's quite a tough task. Responding or addressing those fake information should be completed by either a government or other relevant ministries. But to correct the fake information is onto us, I admit it. But active response by the government against the fake information was not enoughly made. I agree with that idea. Well, if it could address those information in a more active way, that's what I wish for, because Korean people are much smarter than we think they are. Well, in some senses, technical prowess in a research field may have been doubted by people. You may have been frustrated by those fake information, I guess. Yes, fake news and fake information, these may have impacted on you, all of our panelists, not only as scientists, but as an ordinary person. Well, personally, I was wondering, when was the last time that we had such a streamlined communication between scientific community and ordinary people? Well, with the advent of COVID-19 and its variations and variants of strains, and many scientific reports published after the appearance of variants, people were quite interested in it, and the people showed quick responses to that. So I have been wondering how people could be so interested in scientific research results. And have you ever had this type of happening before? That's what I thought to myself. So such an extensive scientific communication and exchanges was one of the first kind. So the flow of excessive information has also engendered some fake news and fake information, and it got confused people to identify which is fake and which is true. And certain roles should have been made by the scientific community, and we played several roles. It is also true. And IBS has published a series of articles and communications to let the general public know more about COVID-19. And I also wrote an article in that series, and around 20,000 views were reported in a week. What, 20,000 views in a week in a scientific community? It is something quite rare. So through that occasion, I thought to myself that somehow communication is being made between our community and the general public. Well, and personally, I recognize that my research result was quoted as fake information. Well, I was wondering how I could contribute to the research of COVID-19, and I had a certain material that may be helpful to the COVID-19 vaccines. Well, actually, I thought it would be helpful for cancer. So, bellflower, I discovered that bellflower is a bit helpful and impactful to block the pathway of COVID-19. But bellflower is quite common herb in Korea, and we have yet proved if bellflower is quite effective in COVID-19. So some people thought that research result was fake, but it is more precisely in the first stage to be developed as a new therapy to COVID-19. And we should have made a hearing or an occasion where we could communicate a precise information with the general public. Any research result cannot be perfect from the beginning. So sometimes the patience of general public is needed in that sense. Thank you very much. Dr. Kim? Well,
so you promoted Corona Science, featured articles, and yesterday we had a book concert. So thank you very much for promoting this book. It was previously planned that I'm sure that there will be a banner below, for example, order now. As to fake news, it's not just confined to COVID-19. As I listened to Professor Lee's presentation during the Spanish flu period, there was fake news. So I'm wondering whether there were precedents of bad news circulating. But I think we keep filtering, so fake news disappeared as to previous pandemics. And rather than laboratory, I think at in hospital settings, you would have a fair share of despair, frustration, fake news. Can you think of any noteworthy examples? I'm not really sure. But when it comes to fake news, we easily say this, but we're joined by such distinguished researchers. If you look at Nature, Science, these renowned journalists, these journals, if you review decades of articles, about half of them would belong to this category of fake news. So science is not changing, but depending on when you look at this, if this is different from what we think, then we simply believe that's fake news. But facts are facts, as mentioned by one of our panelists. I think depending on how you interpret it, it's considered either as fake news or not. And I think you are primarily looking at press releases and press reports. I think this is not just the responsibility of scientists and doctors, but the responsibility of journalists. So you simply pinpoint these topics that would invoke interest among the general public and make news out of this. But I keep saying this to my students. I appear on TV shows and newspapers, and this is what I tell to my students. These people who are appearing too frequently on TV shows or journals, they are all cons. They are frauds. So this is how I see it. Dr. Hwang Woo-seok, who were controversial because of his stem cell research, and this happened a lot. These fake images are created by journalism, and then it is conceived as a type of religion that the general public blindly follow. And this is really a big phenomenon. And I think all these trivial news would not be that much significant compared to all the controversies that we experienced before. So I think there are philosophical issues engaged in science. You talked about the absolute truth. So science is about the pursuit of the absolute truth. And when we publish our papers and speak out, we believe this is true, but with the passage of time, it turns out to be not so. But there are malicious attempts behind such fake news that happens. And at this time of chaos, such fake news is proliferated further. Papers that are published with not so good intentions. But this filtering process is going on in the scientific community, but there can be time lag or differences in terms of opinions between the scientific community and the general public. So this self-cleansing or filtering process and ethical issues. As a journalist, I'm sure you have your experience on this. And Professor Lee talked about the role of journalism. So how well is this going on in terms of self-filtering in the scientific community, and what is the relationship with journalism? So wise thoughts or wisdom on this grand topic? The discussion topic is COVID-19 today. In relation to the question you posed, let me make some comments. As we experience this pandemic, activities or responses in the scientific community were specifically pronounced in terms of transparency, disclosure, communication, and sharing. That's what I understand. Yes, Nature and Science in the early days published not so trustful papers. And it's not just science, but also politics now emphasize sharing, cooperation, and transparency. These are the core values that are being emphasized. So this was a very notable trend. And one representative phenomenon of sharing and cooperating on knowledge would be there are papers that are being published through a sharing platform. In the early days, the disease control authorities was able to get useful information through this. So these pre-published papers during the pandemic and in our response to this pandemic, such papers increased significantly. They played a big role. But some say that as these papers were urgently published, some data was missing, and also not so conclusive interpretations occurred. So that was rapid indeed, but also that was rapidly exposed to journalism. That was rapidly disclosed, disseminated, but in the end, sometimes it happened that these papers included not so trustful information. So in the end, some papers were withdrawn. So because of these rapidly published papers, they did have impact on disease control authorities' decisions. But when such papers are withdrawn, then naturally it will lead to controversy. So in a way, I don't think that was intentional. That was not an intentional dissemination of false information. But this urge to go rapidly in disseminating important papers, this involved insufficient peer reviews or self-validation. So there was not really an intentional dissemination of false information, but inaccurate information, or as you said, policymakers or journalists receiving such information did not carefully look at the overall context, but rather they received such information by focusing too much on specific details, distorting the true intention of such information along the way. Now let me talk about the self-filtering process or function of the scientific communication. If you look at open access papers or pre-published papers, their explosion made contributions, that's true, but also they produced side effects. So within the scientific community, about the publication and circulation of scientific knowledge, in line with changing culture of publication, how do we deal with pre-published papers? How do we minimize side effects? What are the norms required to do this? What are the mechanisms that we need to create to do this? Discussions have already started on these topics. I think such activities, in a way, imply that should be beneficial while reducing side effects. And if there is side effect, then there should be self-filtering process to respond to them.
Dr. Kim Tae-young has commented about Corona Science book, and to my knowledge, Professor Oh has published his thesis on the fake news and the role of media. Is it correct? Yes. Well, just before, you have talked a lot about the happenings that happened before COVID-19, and Professor Oh must have watched what had happened back then as journalist. So with the gradual evolution of COVID-19 stages and circumstances, many scientists will arrange again the system of the community. And as time's almost up, I would like to go on to the last topic while listening to the explanation on techniques and technology, including the materials developed for masks, and secondly, biodegradable plastics. Well, let me address the masks. When there's a crisis, masks are used for protecting the societal structure, and also it is related to resilience of recovery. And the topic of our session is the role of scientific community, and there must be many different roles that we have to play, and what kind of efforts should we make? Please advise us with a few words. Thank you. Well, all of us are quite desperate. I am too. I would like to travel. And it isn't until recently that I dined out, and after completing the vaccination. So in that regard, I can tell that everybody is so desperate to overcome this crisis in the detriment of advantage or convenience of people in the community. Well, there are many New Deal projects in scientific community. Many scientists and researchers have joined in different projects to overcome the crisis. And scientists and the general public alike, we make our respective efforts in our own areas. Please support us and please understand us. And instead of criticizing us, please support us and encourage us so that we can continue. Thank you. Well, I was attending the school with Dr. Cho, but we haven't seen each other for a long time due to COVID-19. But it's been a long time that we have seen each other since the outbreak of COVID-19. Yes, it is. Nice to meet you. Well, I am sure, and also the dominant opinion of the scientific community is that this kind of pandemic like COVID-19 will come again and again to us. So how to respond to that kind of crisis and how to come up with a quick solution on the basis of platform that we have to develop for the future. And these questions are major to us. COVID-19 has significantly changed our lives, but we can't let it continue like that. But when there may be a new crisis, until when, if we do not forget the lessons we learned from this case, and if we could countermeasure that new crisis, and it'd be much shorter for us to overcome the Crimean crisis. And also thoughts and contemplations that people value will also come back to the normal stage. And the probable crisis, I hope it won't be any, but I would like to urge the scientific community to make further efforts. Please continue with publishing Corona Science. And Professor Kim, Dr. Kim? Well, seeing this time crisis and COVID-19, I have renewed my thoughts about being a scientist. Why do I do science? There may be different reasons depending on researcher and scientist, but I know that there are tons of scientists and researchers who started their career because they wanted to contribute to humanity and the lives of ordinary people. And in that sense, I also joined my force by starting a new research about COVID-19 as brain scientist. In an unseen spaces and behind the stage, still now there are many scientists working on COVID-19 and continuing their researches to figure out new solutions for COVID-19. So please give us an encouraging applause so that we can continue our research. Thank you. And Professor Lee, you pointed out that we haven't had many lessons learned from different plagues. What would you like to comment? There are two phases or aspects. The first one is that researchers should cooperate with doctors in the field. We need to listen to the voice of the field, and it could be a shortcut to pinpoint the focal point. And one another aspect to do that end, institutes like IBS should encompass the academic diversity so that in an emergency, we could have tons of databases for the development. First, sound foundation of basic research and science. Second, know the field. Thank you very much. Well, for 50 minutes, we have listened to 5 professionals and panelists under this round table. And through Science That Acts, Science That Communicates, I wish that we could prepare for the future in an extensive way. Please support us and please enjoy the science program. Thank you. Thank you very much for moderating the session with a heated discussion. Please give another round of applause to our panelists. Well, we will have lunch until 1:30. Participants in person, we have a space for lunch on the 3rd floor of this building. So while having lunch, please converse with your colleagues and scientists for networking. And after the lunch, we will resume the afternoon session from 1:30. Thank you very much.
예, 식사는 맛있게 하셨는지요?
Did you enjoy your lunch?
2021
Now
사이언스
let us
라이브
begin the
세션을
afternoon session of
시작하도록 하겠습니다.
2021 Science Alive.
첫 발표는요.
The first presentation would be delivered by Mr. Igor Linkov, Senior Science and Technology Manager at the U.S. Army Engineer R&D Center.
매니저님 잠깐 소개를 드리면요.
Let me introduce him briefly.
공명연구개발센터 위험 및
He is engaged in risk and decision-making science at the U.S. Army Engineer R&D Center. He's also an adjunct professor at Carnegie Mellon University and a fellow at the American Association for the Advancement of Science. I have looked at his presentation materials and the title was interesting. The title is Communicating Uncertainty, What Scientists Can Do and Cannot Do. Basically about communication uncertainties and what scientists can do and cannot do. He's currently connected and he's in Switzerland. It's very early in the morning. The online connection is not so good. So we're going to play his presentation video. And then when the presentation is completed, we're going to have a brief Q&A session. Do we have the video ready?
Thank you very much for inviting me to this prestigious conference. I'm really glad you're addressing such an important topic on the role of scientists and communication in the time of crisis. I will try to start from my early experience in similar situation, actually after Chernobyl case. I will talk about what we did addressing modeling uncertainty, and I will put in perspective of what was happening in Venice back 700 years ago and what is happening now during COVID crisis. And I will present several case studies on how communication works and what doesn't work, and how we did it in my team. I will try to drive towards the conclusion that scientists need to be honest to the data, but they need to be relevant to the decision that they're supporting, and their response should be timely in the situation of crisis. So my PhD thesis was actually on modeling Chernobyl disaster, and I did it like in early 90s. And as you may remember, or those of you who can remember, it was like a really difficult to model situation. It was a rare event, and what International Atomic Energy Agency did, they tried to put together exercises of model intercomparison, when different groups of modelers were trying to address specific scenario that agency was developing, and then results were compared. The goal was very simple. We need to know how science can support modeling and how much we can trust science and what we can expect from that. So as I said, it was very simple design. Agency developed scenario, like you can see here, strawberry plant contaminated with radionuclides. And the task for a different group of scientists was to predict what happened with strawberries like next month, right? And I use my model, which was fruit pass here, the only probabilistic model. And the design of experiment was such that we were meeting 6 months after scenario was released, 12 months, 18 months, and 24 months. And at each time we compare results of the models, right? And you can see here results of prediction of strawberry contamination in fruit 1 year after deposition. And you can see models are quite consistent, only 1 order of magnitude of difference, or even like factor of 3 or 4 across different models. It was clearly good, but what I like to show here is that when you deal with a scenario that is familiar, like acute deposition, that was case of Chernobyl, you can model quite well. So this slide shows results of the modeling for forests, which is far more complex system, but you can still see that different models predict within 1 order of magnitude. And I believe that's radionuclide concentration in trees. But what we also did in another scenario, we asked the same models to predict concentration in forest that grows on radionuclide repository, which was unfamiliar scenario and something that we have not experienced in real life. And you can see that if people model something unfamiliar, the difference across multiple models is 3 orders of magnitude. And in some scenarios, we had even more difference. So what Chernobyl experience in modeling taught me is that there are, if you deal with unknown situations, something that never happened before, models cannot predict well what's going on. And why? Because we deal with complex systems, we deal with complex threats, and this is really difficult to deal with and difficult to predict. So you cannot expect scientists to really do that. And example that I'm using to support some of this is actually a plague that happened 700 years ago. And the question is, if I am scientist in situation of the plague in Europe, and I'm using what I know now, what would I be able to do? And I started developing these ideas when I was teaching in Venice back in some 8 or 9 years ago. And that's actually a very old presentation from that time. And the question I was asking, okay, so I am in Venice 700 years ago. What would I do when I see plague coming, right? Plague originated in China, and it came to Venice in 1347. And what happened is that within like a couple of decades in Europe, 2/3 of population were dead, right? 2/3. So when people are talking about unprecedented pandemic, that was much worse back then. And Venice, of course, was first city when that hit in Europe. Why? Because they were trading center. And it's important for the future to remember that Venice live out of trade, and that's why they get disease first. But then the question is, okay, we use risk assessment and risk management tools now, and this is how we communicate to public. We communicate risk. So what did we know about risk associated with plague back then? Well, actually prevailing views at that point was that this is something that is sent by God, and how you mitigate it? Yeah, well, you build churches, you go and pray. State of medicine, people saw all these skin issues related to plague, and what they did, they tried to use different metals. Of course, 300 or 400 years later, humanity realized that that's not a really useful way to treat plague. It was very different disease. So medicine would not work. And what was interesting in my discovery in Venice is that actually they believe that vampires are vector of spread of the disease. So how you deal with vampires? Well, they were quite creative. They believe that if you put brick in the mouths of people who died, you can prevent them from chewing their way out of grave, and that would stop the spread of disease. Well, this is a long way to say that even with the best knowledge of that time, humanity in Europe had very little knowledge to have scientifically guided approach to disease management. And I did all this presentation about Venice, and I never thought that I would be in a very similar situation with COVID. So this is Guam in March 2020, and Guam is a remote location for the US. It has many military bases, military facilities there. So this is like what was happening. You start to see COVID cases, but at the end of March, they get down to only 1 case. And governor of Guam declared victory. She said that the curve is flattened and Guam is COVID-free. And that's really make military worry. Military realized that it's like remote location, and if something bad is going to happen, they will not have time to bring all the resources they need. So I remember Friday night, we get a call from a general who is in charge of this military facilities, and he was asking, well, tell us what is going to happen. And you're a scientist, right? I'm with research arm of Army Corps of Engineers. You're supposed to know, right? You know, you can tell us what we can expect. And well, of course, I had my experience with Venice and disease, and my PhD is in public health, and I had another talented public health PhD working with me, Ben Trump. We work all weekend. What we did, we compile a team that look at available data, develop what it's known as SEER model. And this is kind of population level model, so we'll come back to that. And the question is like, which parameters do you use, right? And this is what my first very important point. The question that General was not asking what is going to happen. The real question is, should they worry about the future or not? So what we've done here, we model alternative futures with different model parameters. We use published data from Wuhan. It's already a few papers in March published with this type of models. We use data that CDC was recommending and some data from Guam. And what we managed to show that no matter which data we use, they will have problems in the future. We don't know whether it will be in August or in May, but the magnitude of the problem will be really significant. So that was our recommendation. And based on this recommendation, Governor of Guam reversed course completely. She requested help from military, and military was able to prepare. And of course, we know what happened. This is where we did our analysis. You remember this portion of the curve. They have a relatively small peak in April, but then of course, it was second wave was really major in Guam. So the story here is that we as a scientists are really not comfortable giving prediction when we don't have data. But the nature of this was that predictions were needed on a short notice. We had only a couple of days. And well, we did what we can. And the key was to frame the question right. So, so my second case is about actually a much broader body of work that we are still doing for FEMA and Health and Human Services in New England. Initially, they contacted me and asked if I can help them. Like 2 weeks, they need statistician. And remember, that was first wave in the US. We had multiple cases in different hospitals, and all the data were coming to FEMA. And the goal of our work was to really help them to prioritize resources, figure out which hospital need ventilators, PPEs, and all that. So very quickly, I realized that they actually did only half person responsible for data analytics. I convinced them to have the whole half of my team, like 5 people, working for them and full time, and we're still working. So the first thing we try to do is to develop predictive model. And remember this Chernobyl model that I show and importance of calibration. So we develop much better SEER model that is actually calibrated each day. And the beauty of this model was that it was able to predict second wave based on the signal we receive and calibration algorithm that are in there. And this model become a part of CDC ensemble forecast. And this is kind of coming back to this model uncertainty. At any point of time, you can have multiple models predicting future. And CDC was trying to have all the model prediction together to see the range of possible futures. And here you can see one model. You can see that, you get more data and uncertainty was decreasing, but all of a sudden, when you start to get even more data, the model predictions become very uncertain, right? Why? Because something new start happening, new process, and model needs to be calibrated. But back to what I was saying before, if you cannot calibrate models, you are on discretion of all these different individual modelers with whatever mechanism they built in prediction for the future, and uncertainty may be very high. And you cannot expect scientists to predict really well future that they have not experienced before. Models are not designed to do that. And this is like what we try to communicate at all stages of our work with FEMA and HHS. Ben Trump is actually policy analyst, and we try to work with regional administrators for all different tasks that they have. Like initially in May, June, after the first wave was over, the question was how you reopen America. We were on lockdown, and we developed strategy how to do that. And this strategy was built on integration of epidemiological model, I showed it already, with population health models that include age distribution, comorbidity, sociological factors, demographic factors, and infrastructure, hospitals, medical personnel, resources that they may have. And we apply this approach for multiple problems. So this was initial tools that we developed that use model prediction to drive needs for PPEs, fatality management. We actually barely escaped situation of New York when fatality management was really important. Number of beds, number of ventilators that we have. What is interesting, we look at different states. New England has 6 states, and they all are different. Like, for example, Massachusetts had very strong peak, but Maine didn't. But when we look at economic consequences of the disaster, you can see kind of significant drop in economic activity. But despite a lack of cases in Maine, they have more severe consequences than Massachusetts. Why? Because Maine is less resilient, and I will talk more about that. But resilience is very key characteristics that we need to look at. We correlated all that to economic impact case load. This paper is actually just accepted in PLOS One. We'll be glad to share. But what is important to show is that often economists believe that if you have enough money pouring in the system will equilibrate and everybody will be able to recover. We clearly see that this is not the case. This is example of penetration of business loans specifically for food that were provided by Small Business Administration. And you can see again that in the rural area where people need it most, they're not getting it. You get it in big cities, centers, but in rural remote area, you're not getting penetration of this financial mechanism. So again, rural area is less resilient than urban. And what we do now, we look at vaccine equity issues. We develop concept of vaccine islands, areas where vaccines may not be available. We try to develop intervention strategy so states in New England can tailor their strategies to this underrepresented, underserved population. And that's very active work, important for our administration, obviously. And the other thing I like to mention is that we look at food availability. And again, this remoteness of location, this is Martha Vineyard, where Clintons and Obamas have summer residence. But this very wealthy, affluent area has problem with food availability. Why? Because of supply chain. and supply chain issues and disruption in supply chain hit even wealthy areas. So money cannot buy you everything. And you can see here that many states have not recovered to pre-pandemic level with basic food availability. So what else we are doing now, and that may be relevant to Korea. Actually, we're working on compounding threats. When you have hurricanes or tsunamis and you have COVID situation, obviously you cannot use the same evacuation and mitigation strategy when you're dealing with a pandemic. So we are developing tools and methods to avoid COVID-related problem when you have another disaster. So that's compounding threat. And what I like to spend a little bit more time on is what we call micro-exposure model. It was very relevant but summer before, after first wave, when in the US Trump administration was trying to see whether people can get back to work safely, and they try to push more people back in the offices. And I think it will be happening now again. Many workplaces really consider whether they should have full office schedule or allow people to work remotely. So our goal was to really assess COVID exposure infection risk in the workplace under a variety of reopening scenario. And this is a challenging task, apparently. We have two ways to do models, and this is kind of coming back to how you communicate to your workers that we assess situation at the best way scientists can do. So we have the SEER models that I already showed you. It's basically most of population models and citizen sample forecast are SEER type of models. They model the population group very broadly defined. And you have agent-based models where you model individual people and you define rules, how they live, how they interact, and based on that you see emerging behavior of the system and probability of disease. But micro-exposure model is somewhere in between. We try to figure out daily risk of infection by looking at different population group and different environments they're in. So you can see elevators as one environment, restrooms, office, meetings, cafeteria, all of these are different environments. So the model is actually try to follow people in those environments. And I never thought that I would be given this presentation in Korea, but we find a really good data set that we use to validate our model. And it happened to be for disaster outbreak in a Korea call center. And this is paper. You can see facility configuration here. And this is what happened in their caseload. You know, people start to get sick. And what we've done, we model a population and they closed office at this point. So you can see experimental what measured data, what they had, but they closed it, and we were able to predict what would happen if they continue operating. So they shut down when they had like 70 or 80 cases, but if they keep office open, they would get like a couple of hundred cases, right? So this is like a validation of the model, but this is what you can do with this model. You can check how different policies, reopening policies and restrictions would result in workplace risk. Like, for example, we found that masks are the most important policy. Closing meetings and cafeterias reduce risk significantly. And this is even better visualized here. But what else we found is that you have this kind of breaking point. When you have few people, the risk increases linearly when you get more and more people. But at some point, it started to increase exponentially. And in the case of facilities, we didn't do it for Korea, but we did it for FEMA facilities in Boston. And we managed to show that this breaking point is somewhere around 50%. So our recommendation was that under no circumstances we should have more than 50% of people in the office, because risk would start to go much faster. And that actually was used by regional administrator to justify his decision not to allow more than 50% occupancy rate in the office space, right? So we basically influenced this decision through these models, and now FEMA is asking us to model the 50 facilities in the US using this model. So the next topic I like to address very briefly is this idea of resilience, and I will try to circle back to Venice because I believe it's of crucial importance for the future, and we need to communicate this. So resilience, and I started to study resilience some 10 years ago, it's become popular under Obama administration, and this is a definition from National Academy of Science. Resilience is ability to adapt and recover from disruption, but also withstand and respond to. And this definition, I have problem with that. I will show it the next slide. But it was basically used under Obama administration for climate change. Trump administration embraced it for cybersecurity, as well as many other areas. And Biden administration is using it all over. But the fundamental problem with this definition is that it mixes concept of risk and security. So this is managing threats and vulnerabilities and keeping system operational no matter what, with the concept of resilience, ability to recover and ability to adapt. And these are very different concepts. Risk and security fundamentally focus on keeping the system operational, while resilience starts when system fails. So resilience allows failure, while risk and security no. So in a sense, in this temporal profile of resilience for critical functionality of the system, risk is just one dot, while resilience is all this area of lost critical functionality. Why is it important? Well, it's important because it's directly relevant to how you communicate risk, how you deal with public. And this was actually very important in Venice, right? What they didn't manage risk because they had no idea where this risk coming from. And, you know, that was same situation in the early days of pandemic here when we did Guam. We had very little idea what COVID is and how it spread. But what Venetians did, they introduced public health system, we know it now. They use protective clothes, right? They use Lazaretto Island where they sent people who were sick to basically die or recover. And they use quarantine. Remember, Venice was living out of trade, and they force all ships to stay on this island. This is how it looks today, and this is how it looked before, for 20 days initially, then for 40 days. And imagine how bad was it for Venice. They live out of trade. Keeping everybody for 40 days before they can bring goods was really damaging. But what they did, they actually break this propagation. They did it at individual level through protective clothes. They did it at community level through Lazaretto and separation of sick and healthy people, and at regional levels through trade control through quarantine. So they really act on resilience. And they just did it because of their fundamental intuition about what was happening and good, what we call now good public health practices. So in current days, my Venetian work, and that paper was published in 2014, but we try to apply this concept of risk and resilience to Ebola pandemics. And we were trying to communicate in this paper the idea that no matter how big or small pandemic is, if you restrict travel, like this plot shows, or if you communicate more fear to population, the risk will go down. If everybody is scared to death and sit at home, risk will go down. But if pandemic is or epidemic is small, you by doing that you also diminishing ability to recover. So it takes more to recover if you impose more restrictions. So risk goes down, but resilience is also impaired. So it's very narrow range where you need to trade-offs and you need to really approach this massive restriction under severe pandemics. And you know, obviously, this was case here, though, again, I still curious how situation and our policy would change if we use models of a type that we developed. And thinking about resilience, another importance of resilience is that it allows to prevent failures in system, right? You know, after plague, we had Renaissance, and from resilience theory, it's kind of natural. You have highly functional society, but then it goes down and then it recovers. And you know, we had Renaissance after plague. We have you know, forest. We have grassland after forest fire, and that will grow into forest again. But we don't, as a society, we need to be smarter. We need to identify a resilience problem and go to the next level rather than go through the cycle of collapse and recovery. And what we see now, supply chain crisis and everything that, you know, is happening, I believe if we had ability to model resilience better and communicate the importance of that, we would really be much better off. So moving forward, we really need to develop this resilience-based approaches that allows for disruptions and focus on recovery and adaptation. And the way to do it scientifically and the way to communicate is clearly explain to stakeholders that we have real world that is very difficult to model, but it can be modeled as a network of interconnected systems like humans, transportation, you know, supply chain, and then you can identify targets for intervention that allows, in this case, to improve supply chain and enhance resilience. So that's all I like to say. I try to share my experience of being scientist in government and provided you with case studies, how what we experience in different phases of COVID. And I hope we will be able to collaborate. We published a lot. I will be glad to share papers and books. And thank you very much. And I will be glad to answer questions.
예, 링코프 과학수석 매니저.
So, Mr. Linkoff, thank you very much for your presentation. We're supposed to have a 10-minute Q&A session, but his local internet connections are so bad.
예, 진행을 못할 것 같습니다. 그 오전
So,
세션에
our apologies, we will not be able to proceed with the Q&A session. We believe that after COVID-19, we're going to have very active virtual spaces, but still we have technical issues. We're going to have a 10-minute break, and then from 2:10, we're going to resume the next session from 2:10. Thank you.
교수님 10분.
진원인들이 많이
착용이 내가 다용적인 느낌.
네, 2021 사이언스 라이브 다음 발표를 이어가도록 하겠습니다.
Let us now begin the next session of 2021 Science Alive. Since this morning up until just before, we have talked about Science That Acts and Science That Communicates, including the role of the scientific community and the data. And from now on, in the presence of 6 professional panelists, in line with basic science, what kind of scientists and researchers have made detailed and concretized acts in the field will be discussed. And he is not a scientist, but Professor Nam Taek-jin has contributed significantly to the response to the crisis. He has proposed the design of mobile negative pressure facility, and he has been of great help to solve out the issues related to COVID-19. So we'd like to invite the professor up onto the stage. Good afternoon, I am Nam Taek-jin from KAIST, Industrial Design Department. I teach students just next to this building, and many people weren't aware of the fact that KAIST has a department for industrial design. But it is more popular than before, and we study and teach in relation with industrial design for scientific technology, and we serve as a bridge between science and design. First, we would like to propose some aesthetical approaches to serve scientific design as aesthetic one, and we also want to explore values and propose directions for the future to serve better science for people. Well, while working at KAIST and while working as chair of Industrial Design Department, I came to join in this task force team. And at first, when I tried to propose an idea, I was pressured to come up with the design as soon as possible with diagrams and illustrative charts to persuade government officials. And that was my first contribution. And this material was announced through Mail Economic Daily. And we also recognize the need for infectious disease service. So with Professor Park, who will be delivering his presentation next to me, we were assigned a sub-task. What I did first for this task force team was to approach in a top-down manner to figure out what is needed in the field. And also I tried to identify the needs and the interest of research. And back then, Korea was dealing with preventive measures with special quarantine facilities. But we also heard a voice from the market that it is highly needed to have negative pressure facilities for critical patients in place. So that's why we came to develop negative pressure beds. Well, it may feel difficult and complicated, but once you know about the theory and the principles, you will right away understand. The flow of air duct has differences, so we use it to have a negative pressure bed. And we also put empty rooms before the bed, ahead of bed, so that we could make sure that the contaminated air with virus will not go out of the bedroom. So one of the important things is to have automatically interlocking and interlocked doors, and waste treatment and air conditioning. And all these functions should be in place in a negative pressure room. But if we have to make it into a bed for patients, it gets more complicated because we have to treat our patients in a safe environment. So that's why we put empty rooms in the hallway and also other empty rooms before getting into the bed. So in that complex system, we also have to design a complicated ventilation system. Well, what we intended first was to make it mobile, which put us in a more difficult situation because we had to think about electronic controls and empty rooms to put. And as you can see here, this is a large-scale hospital established in Wuhan, and it was founded in 10 days with more than 1,000 beds. And this type of container and the modular structure were also used in Korea. And we also used the tents at first. But the issue was that to produce a negative pressure room, there was no issue, but in practices there have been practical issues reported by the people in the field, but there were not many measures to identify them and address them. So our initial goal in producing a negative pressure room was to secure a high-quality negative pressure room even for critical patients. And the timing was quite an important factor. So we had to finish up the design and the construction of negative pressure room within 6 months so that we can treat right away COVID-19 patients, because we were thinking that the COVID would be over within the year last year. And we also considered insecure minds of patients and their sensual satisfaction level. And by accident, or fortunately I would say, that our initial idea was realized. And the core part of our idea was to capture negative and positive pressure rooms so that we can put that module between negative and positive pressure rooms so that we could use existing facilities. And in that sense, we proposed a negative pressure frame, and many different panels were composed along with the negative pressure frame. And what you see now is the initial idea that we proposed back then. And while testing the feasibility of this module, we went through structure analysis, and we also went through the verification of the airflow. And thankfully, we succeeded in establishing one unit of the negative pressure room, as you see. And we have an empty room and a negative pressure room and also automated door. And this is what you saw before. This is a negative pressure frame, which didn't exist before because this is a combined system of an automated door with interlocking system. So the complete holistic system is composed of 3 different parts. And this module can be assembled in or outside of the building so that people can use this modular negative pressure room right away. And we also verified how long the air could flow and stay in the negative pressure room. And we didn't forget the importance of sensibility, sensual satisfaction, because we were afraid that patients might feel that they are contained in a jail. So we used indirect lighting, and many unique ideas were adapted to this module. And when we design something, we are supposed to go through many different stages. Well, double diamond design process is one of the well-known design processes worldwide, and we have 4 different steps. But we were given such a short period of time. Since the inception of design until the completion of this construction, it took only 4.5 months. So we went effectively through the diamond process by listening to the voices of nurses and doctors in the field. And we also figured out the effective structure of this pressure room. And last October, we firstly come up with the prototype, the first prototype, and then we got confidence in it, and we put this negative pressure room in Institute of Radiological and Medical Sciences, but inside the building they didn't have enough space for this module, so we used a parking lot, and we use the idea of air pumping tent so that we can establish our modules in a short while. So as you see here, the interior of the module looks like this. And we discussed how to use this with nurses, and we demonstrated some simulations to nurses too. Well, the advantage of this module is that we can establish it very quickly. So this design module was uploaded to the internet so that everybody can take advantage of it. And the complete facility can be monitored by a system to enhance usability. So we enhanced the user interface where we have our expertise. So the final version was announced and shared with the public in January, when everybody was quite interested in negative pressure room because we had peaked the number of confirmed cases back then, and we didn't have enough beds with negative pressure facilities nationwide. So we were quite acclaimed by the general public and the relative industries, and we were also awarded for this achievement. And during the COVID-19 period, we came up with this useful idea, and we submitted our idea to worldly renowned design awards such as Red Dot, and thankfully we got awarded, and we got the grand prize at Red Dot in the domain of product design with UX and in other area, and we got twice awarded at Red Dot. And we didn't finish up. We didn't end up in proposing the idea only, but we went through the verification of feasibility because this can be used not only in hospitals, but it can be used as a standalone patient room. So the first trial that we had was to verify if this negative pressure room could also be used for other types of patients. So COVID-19 patients used this negative pressure module without any issues. Not only critical patients, but also asymptomatic patients find it quite helpful. And in Jeju Island, we used it successfully, and we also cooperated with Keonyang University, and in an emergency room, we established a simple unit of negative pressure room, and it is still under use in an effective way. And one of the largest scale tests that we conducted this year was a special treatment center with our module in Gyeonggi province, and they provided sports stadium, and in Gyeonggi province, home treatment was quite spread out. And to go along with that measure of Gyeonggi province, we turned the complete stadium into a hospital with our modules. And this is the production process. And within a week, we verified that we could establish a hospital inside of the stadium. And the interior of the module, as you can see here, is completed with a cozy treatment room, and we have an X-ray room. And as you can see, this is the whole structure of the module. And medical personnel can have a separated movement flow than patients. And we also produced a video manual for patients how to use these negative pressure rooms. And around 116 patients have used our module for a month. 116 patients with symptoms, and out of them, 66.4% showed pneumonia symptoms. And actually, they were to send out to the hospitals, but out of them, 80% had been returned home. So they were treated in this module. And medical personnel highly appreciated our module. And preventive measures specialists also evaluated that our module was quite effective in treating patients. And some of the patients also sent us some good feedback saying that they felt like they were in heaven and that they felt quite comfortable in there. And one particular patient has sent us a letter. So it was quite touching to us. And we have further plans to update this module. And what we have learned from this was like this. We have the first, second, and the third medical institutions and they conduct a variety of medical activities. But when there's an infectious disease, then we come up with a separate medical institute or organization which we see duplicates some activities. Well, fortunately, we joined in the middle of the process to propose an appropriate idea for patients. But actually what we do usually is to establish a separate medical institution and facilities, and going along with the process, we try to adopt existing medical system into our newly organized structure. But in that case, what poses us issues is that we do not have current solutions to a novel virus. But through this case, we have shown that there are many possibilities and probabilities that we could do within the process. And this module can be later used as ordinary patient rooms. So what we would like to propose is to have a more flexible and resilient medical system with this type of joining forces from outside throughout the process. It was such a short period of time, but our module is a unique system that can be used throughout the whole cycle of an infectious disease. And this is one of the rare cases that we use the design as a guide of the art of integration. This is a design-led integration process. And also, while doing this, commercialization and the verification have been repeatedly carried out, and the government was quite bold enough to take a decision to have us joined in the middle of the process. It was one of the success factors. And our institute, university, was in collaboration with many different relevant stakeholders. That was another success factor. And it is true that we still have many homeworks to do for the future for the betterment of the system. And if you are curious to know more about our project, these are websites and videos and the VR experience tools that we have uploaded onto the website and internet. And you can get some further details about the project. Thank you very much. Well, if not vaccine or therapy, we now come to know once again that there are many different scientific areas that we have to ask for help. Thank you very much. And moving on directly,
we have Professor Park Hyung-sun from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, KAIST. In summer, healthcare professionals with their protective suits suffered a lot amid humidity and high temperatures. And Professor Park, for these healthcare professionals, thought about how to combine protective suits with air conditioning. Now we'd like to invite him and we'll listen to his presentation. Good afternoon. First of all, let me offer my congratulations on the 10th anniversary of IBS. I myself am a bit distanced from basic research because I'm at the Department of Mechanical Engineering and my major is rehabilitation and engineering. What I do is to help these people with certain medical conditions. As Professor Nam mentioned, at the onset of COVID-19, when he thought about what they can do at KAIST, I was not a member of his efforts. I simply proposed a topic and eventually I was engaged in that overall project. So you talked about air conditioning and including that, My aim is to improve the convenience of protective suits worn by healthcare professionals. So the background behind our project is when COVID-19 first broke out, and because the virus was not visible, interacting with infected patients, there was such a danger for healthcare professionals because they are exposed to such a danger. So protective suits, goggles, and face shields, they are all part of the protective suit. I myself had worn that, but only a 1 hour of wearing that was such a discomfort. How to deal with that? That was my question, especially in summer. All the heat generated from high temperatures, as you can see, it's above 40 degrees Celsius. It's really hot if you wear a protective suit. And how to reduce that heat? There was another question. And when you go home, you need to take off your protective suit, change your clothes. And the thing is, the virus and the protective suit contaminated with the virus. How to safely and comfortably take off the protective suit? It's never a trivial question because they do matter to people working in the field. In line with growing needs, not just for COVID-19, we believe that there could be the occurrence of other viruses and other pandemics. So such a system, if it is established, would be beneficial. When we first started this project, we thought about the types of protective suits and relevant research activities. According to our survey, we found that it's level D protective suit, which is used during the pandemic. As to level A, it is used for highest level of risks, full protection for skin, so that not a single piece of virus would penetrate. For example, spacesuits. Level A protective suits are very uncomfortable, but they are effective in preventing danger. Level D is a disposable protective suit. Gloves on your hands, facial shields, or goggles, and then shoes cover. Because this is disposable, if it is disposable, it can be taken off and discarded. But during this process, virus infection still is an issue. Sometimes the items are reused. Then it means that sterilization and disinfection should take place frequently. The biggest problem is virus is not visible. So the safety, you need to make doubly sure that the sterilization or disinfection protocols should be conservative. Depending on the specific item, if it is an IV insertion device, then the sterilization is really an issue. There could be quasi, a semi-critical instrument, and also non-critical instruments. In spite of such classifications, disinfection should be always the top priority. And what we learned in relation to disinfection is that, as we have seen in a controversy over humidifier, it should not be harmful to the human body. If you visit certain sites, for example, an alcohol is sprayed from this side, but if it gets into our respiratory system, it doesn't do any good at all. So the Korean CDC recommends such disinfection protocols. For example, you would soak a disposable cloth with disinfectants, and you would clean the surface of instrument. It is safe, but it's time-consuming. For engineers like us, it's a challenging and difficult task. When you change your protective suit, on the right, as you can see, from number 1 to 5, this is the protocols that you go through. And you would see a manual about protective suit wearing and takeoff. It takes more than 10 minutes just to take off the protective suit. How to make this whole process more comfortable? That was our research question. So first thing is to protect your face with a respirator, an air conditioning device, and a device that would help you safely take off the protective suit. So as to respiratory system protection system, So I sweat so a lot.
보시듯이 예상하실 거예요.
So you would easily imagine how it feels like, highly uncomfortable. So in fact, they use this 1.4 kilogram ventilator around their lab made by 3M. And this is how wind is provided, PAPR device. This does not help lower down temperatures. The fan is used. It's very heavy, but it's still used. And of course, this is not comfortable, it's heavy. How to make this overall system more comfortable? Our solution was to have a separate facial component. It's because this facial side is critical, because it is through the respiratory system that you get infected. It's a facial shield. We need to ensure the virus is prevented fully, all while preventing humidity from increasing, lowering temperatures, providing cool air. Very dynamic fluidic system was required. Air is provided from the above, going down through below. Within 5 seconds, we were able to find that all the smoke within the facial part was gone. So very good ventilation. Temperature was also lowered down by 4 degrees Celsius just by providing wind. It's a first prototype. It took us 5 months. We wore this. The problem is, it was almost 1 kilogram, and wearing this on your face, it really burdens and strains your neck. It was not ergonomic. So how to make a design-wise solution to this? This year, we devised this idea of installing a battery along the spine, and the ventilation performance was quite the same from the previous model, but temperature went down. Another discomfort was hard to communicate. It's blocking your facial side. So it was hard for people outside to hear anything spoken by the healthcare professional wearing this. So we devised an audio system using a speaker. So as you can see on the right, it's a speaker inbuilt system and sound transmission made possible. It's still under the fine-tuning process. It was difficult, more difficult than we thought. And also this is a mechanical engineering issue. It was more difficult than we previously thought to make this possible. And we have one professor working really hard on this, and it's almost complete. And secondly, this is not simply about providing air, but it's an air conditioning device. For example, the usual air conditioner that you have in your room. The principle is, have you ever used a cooling seat within your car? It's electricity-powered seat cooling device. Electricity is the source of power, and the seat is cooled. So when the hot air comes in, and when the hot air goes through such devices, it cools down. And this cooled air is provided into the protective suit. And hot air is sucked out of the protective suit. It's safe. And in the first year, through 5 months of development, its overall weight was 1.5 kilograms. And it was 1.6 kilograms. When it was worn, about 30 minutes was okay, but for prolonged use, it was heavy. So listen to this user. So you use this device, are you willing to use it continuously? I gave it a try in the afternoon. So one-time trial was okay. It's because we are working in an air-conditioned environment, no dramatic effect was experienced. A bit of weight. And rather than us, I think those working outside would find it more useful. So Korean people are so polite. He gave us positive feedback, but the feedback was one-time trial was just enough. And this let us know that it was quite heavy, and compared to its weight, its cooling effect was not so dramatic. And how to improve on this? It was a mechanically challenging idea. Because if you like to improve cooling performance, it gets heavier. But if it gets heavier, it's not comfortable. How to make sure that it is lightweight and still performing well as a cooler? Difficult issue. In the second year, we designed overall airflow so that we can improve cooling performance. And we also paid attention to the belt in a more ergonomic perspective. And for protective suits, gloves come with it. So controlling the cooler itself is not easy. It means that the remote control should be very much simplified. And then heating performance can be added to this for the winter season. This year, at a screening center in Jeju and on public healthcare in Sejong, we gave another try. A lot of improvement from the first year. The next research topic is a change room device. Previously, when we first encountered this issue, the very first thought was the movie Iron Man and the scene where the Iron Man was taking off his suit. So it can be affordable, but it's not effective. And we thought that maybe we can use electromagnetic devices. So you don't need to even touch this, reducing the risk of infection. And within this room, the sterile plasma-enabled sterilization device was developed. And one big problem with this is degeneration of ozone materials, which are harmful to the human body. But through oxidized manganese, we can make sure that this is not harmful to the human body. And I have showed you a change room, and it's a proactive disinfection mechanism. It's an assembly-based change room, easy to assemble. The air flows from the above to the bottom so that the infection would not be occurring through the respiratory system. This change room is almost complete. Last but not least, somebody has to process the protective suits that were used, and also it exposes people to the risk of infection. Normally, it is taken off, and then someone will take it to the incinerator. We have this 20-liter container, and up to 4 protective suits can be contained into this. It means that somebody has to move these containers frequently, and this is quite a work when we are quite strained. And simply pressing this container itself can expose workers to infection. So how about an easier way of compressing all these protective suits and dispose of them? So we developed a feeding system because engineers tend to opt for complex methods, but in the end, we devised a simple way. So protective suits are sucked into this system, and the used protective suits are compressed, and on the outside, it will look very neat and clean. So if I summarize my presentation, our intention, our purpose was to improve convenience for healthcare professionals, so making smarter individual personal protective equipment system. For COVID-19, for other emergencies, these would be used for such emergencies. And in the course of development, we realized that this was about optimized ergonomic and engineering solutions. There are always trade-offs. If you are to increase convenience, then you would also increase the risk of infection. If you like to make it more comfortable, for example, in the process of taking off protective suits, you need to make sacrifices, increasing the risk of exposure. So the optimization process was required. And as to cooling devices, if you increase the weight of such devices, you can increase the performance of such devices, but also the vice versa. The same applies to prices and complexity. As to wearable coolers and change room assistive device, this principle apply to all these. It's not possible to meet every need. So the usage time, weight, cooling performance time, and convenience, and the risk of the risk of exposure, I think we are really heading towards optimization, and we are almost there. That's what we believe. Thank you very much.
사이언스 라이브 진행하는
So we are here for Science Alive, and our topic is scientists who acted even in the face of crisis. As we listen to his presentation, they truly are taking concrete actions even amid this crisis.
다른 행동을 하고 계신 분을 좀 다음
And let's now listen to another act.
확진자 동선과 지도 데이터를 개발한 코로나
Well, this person has developed a corona map
개발자 겸
covering
이동훈 대표님을 모시고 코로나
the geography and movement path of the confirmed cases. We would like to invite Mr. Lee Dong-hoon, developer of this app, to listen to his achievement.
네, 안녕하세요. 발표를 맡게 된 코로나맵 개발자 대표를
Good
맡고 있는
afternoon.
이동훈입니다.
I am
발표
Corona
시작하도록
application developer
하겠습니다.
Lee
저희는 이제
Dong-hoon.
코로나맵
Let me
트래커 어플리케이션
right away
코로나맵에
kick
대해서
off
개발
my
사례를
presentation
알아보는
about
시간을
COVID-19
가져볼 건데요.
tracker
우선은 저에
application.
대해서 간단하게 소개를 하자면은
But before that,
코로나맵이라는
let me
서비스를
introduce myself
정부에서
briefly.
최초로 개발을 해서
I am the
이제
first developer
하고 있는
who
개발자이자
deployed Corona Map
맡고 있는
application. I'm a developer
코로나맵에
and the
대해서
CEO.
모르시는 분들도 있으실
You,
것 같아서
some of you may not exactly know what the Corona Map is, so let me introduce it. Corona Map is a visualization of the movement path of the confirmed cases superimposed onto a map. Pre-existing data was provided as document, but it is now visualized as a map. On a real-time basis, people can recognize the movement path of the confirmed cases. Up until now, the accumulated view is 450 million, and accumulated users are 140 million. And this number is constantly increasing. And I would like to talk about the development process of Corona Map and why it was successful. And I would like to share some success factors with you. First, development process. It was last year, 2020, January 28th. Back then, it was about 10 days since the arrival of COVID-19 into Korean Peninsula. Let me start from that point. Well, I was looking at simple apps like Facebook and SNSs, and I was working in my office, and I just realized that there was a small number of Corona related apps and SNSs coming up. But it was a very short while that we saw the entry of COVID-19 in our country, and considering that COVID-19 was an infectious disease, I also felt that there was a growing concern about that, and I also recognized that there was a spread of information which was not appropriate, and there were some fake information. For example, well, at a certain bus station, there was a confirmed case, but he threw up blood, and we found out some blooded tissues there. And one another rumor said that a person with PPE ran through the station like that. So those information were sporadically spread out through the net, and that was why many people were quite concerned about the situation. So what kind of information was valid data or not was not identifiable. So people on the net, internet, kept tracking information, and page views were increasing. So this kind of vicious cycle never ended. So I wanted to figure out the approach or the measure that we could receive some exact information from the government source. And the government was already providing valid information related to COVID-19, including visit time, visit hours, and the address of the places, and sex and age of the confirmed case. So this appropriate information was already being provided by the government, but despite of this fact, why were people conceived and hallucinated by fake information? Because the data format by the government was given as a text format, as you see on the screen, and it was not quite visible. I mean, the readability was not high. I was living in outside of Seoul, and I had to check this information, and then I had to localize the place that was mentioned by this government document on the map, on an app, and this whole process was quite complicated, and I knew that this might be also difficult for general public. But as we had these government data, I knew that it wasn't easy for other people to get the appropriate information about the movement path of the confirmed case, and it was not identifiable at a glance. So I looked at the circumstance and I analyzed the happening, and I also arranged the 3 basic needs of people. First, appropriate information, not fake information. They wanted appropriate information or officially appropriate information provided by government. And second needs, not text, identifiable at a glance. So image, then text, video, then image. And those were some familiar elements with the general public, and that was why, rather than having text, I thought to have more images and videos. And the third needs, service on the basis of interaction with people. We do not need to locate every possible movement path nationwide. If you live in Busan and you don't care about the movement path of confirmed cases in Seoul, so user should be able to locate wherever they want to on the map of the app. So in the end, appropriate data, visibility, interaction. And these 3 were main focus that I concentrated my efforts on. So the current location should be visualized. Users should be able to drag and zoom in and zoom out on the basis of interaction. And the answer to that is a map service, because on a map, you can easily figure out the movement path from place A to B destination. And this map should be able to be visualized at a glance for users. So on the basis of 3 basic needs, I came up with the idea of map service. And in the end, I ended up by locating the movement path of confirmed cases using dots and lines to indicate the movement path of confirmed cases called Corona Map. I made lots of failures and illustrations on my tablet. I'm not a good designer, so as you can see on the screen, and this is a prototype that I drew. And in one day, I launched the Corona Map, and only within a week, 10 million views were reported. So the service Corona Map tried to address the concerns and the uncertainties and the insecurities of users, and what tool to be used and what services should be provided. And these were considered for the sake of users, and within a day I developed this app service. And this is the development process of Corona Map. And during the second part of this presentation, I would like to talk about 2 success factors of this app. Well, let me summarize 2 factors. First, I didn't comply with the existing procedures. As I told you before, the preference for media changes depending on people. When receiving specific information, preference of users constantly changes. Text, image, video, interaction. And let me categorize different services under this different category. Text, and with letters, image, with illustration, video like YouTube, an interaction service as map and the metaverse, widely used these days. And these should be experienced by the users in person. And like this, app service is evolving. So users are more familiar with images, then texts, videos, then images, interaction, then videos. This is what I found. But on the contrary, the government still is dependent on the text-centered data, which was not quite wanted by users. So that was why press release by the government was not received well by users. But for users to quickly and easily receive information of the government, we had to provide a service based on the preference of our users. That was why I didn't opt for text-based data, but a map that could be easily visualized by any user, and it enhances the usability, and that was why it was widely loved by users. That's what I see as the first success factor. The previous measure was not something usable to relieve the uncertainty and concerns of Korean people, but Corona Map was a kind of motivation for people to often use the Corona Map to relieve their concerns. Well, on the 10th day of the break of COVID-19 in Korea, I finished the development of the app. From the inception, design, and development, it took only 1 day. Well, in terms of development process, it was not complicated because I didn't use much complicated technicities, but to make one app launched in the market in just 1 day, I had one great motivation because first, the previously existing data was produced and provided by the government. Before, infectious disease data and the supply of this data was conducted by the government completely. For instance, MERS, 6 years ago, we also had an infectious disease called MERS. And back then, the government had all the data related to movement path of the confirmed cases, and it was also the government who provided these data with the general public. We only had a single window to get access to information, and it was difficult for private developers and development companies to produce an app because the data of the movement path is the precondition to develop a certain app, but we were not able to access those, and the text-based data by the government was not something to easily use for the application development, and that was why back then we were not allowed to have a quick and efficient development process. But now things have changed because the movement path of confirmed cases is converted into data, and data is applied by the government. But at first, at an initial stage, they only provide the data, but on the basis of those data, the private sector had a leadership to develop relevant applications. At first, data supply and the development process were led by the government, but now, during the COVID-19 period, the appropriate data was provided by the government, but the government served only as a window. But the private companies and developers, they got the leadership to quickly produce and develop applications to be more competitive for users, because after the breakout of COVID-19, through free competition, private actors have come up with different applications, and that allowed a wide range of selections and options for users. And like that, our quality and capabilities have been enhanced. And these trials were rewarded once again by the shortage of masks. Nobody was able to get the mask whenever they wanted to. So the stock information of a mask was provided by the government, and again, the private sector got the leadership of developing applications. So within one day, 20 different mask applications got developed and uploaded onto the web app market, and it was a stepping stone for all users to be easily beneficiary of these applications. So once data is shared and information is appropriately shared, then the application service can be right away provided. So in a nutshell, the success factor is as follows. First, we didn't follow the pre-existing rules. Second, we were quick to execute. And thanks to those two factors, we were able to develop an appropriate app for Korean people. I introduced the Corona Map and the success factors. Thank you very much.
So once again, we would like to thank our three speakers for their excellent presentations. Please give them another warm round of applause. With this topic of scientists who acted first in front of crisis is coming to an end. And from 3:10, we're going to resume the next session soon at 3:15. Thank you. Let us resume the next session. In the previous session, we looked at scientists who were brave enough in the face of crisis. The same topic we have for this session, but different approach. We'll be looking at virus, basic research. So virus, basic research, and vaccine development. We will be hearing from three presenters who are at the forefront of vaccine development. The first presentation will be delivered by Mr. Choi Young-gi, who would be heading the Korea Virus Research Institute. This was just established this July for the first time in Korea. And we will be joined by Director Choi from the Korea Virus Research Institute. Good afternoon. I am Choi Young-gi, and I'm directing the Korea Virus Research Institute. It's my great pleasure to see you all. I was vaccinated, and within my 10-meter radius, there's no one. So let me please take off my mask. When we have a crisis, we have scientists responding to this crisis. When I was first asked to give a lecture today, I thought hard about what to talk about. And who made virus vaccines over the years? I first look at that. So maybe we can discuss this history with us. Think about what move are we going to make next. So, what is the virus? How to define virus? Virus is not visible with our naked eye, but you would hear the coronavirus every day on TV, so in color red. But as you can see, viruses come in various shapes. Some of them look like a spaceship, some of them like a simple thread. And viruses exist within our body. It's a very specific living organism. Then how many of them do we have? There are still viruses that we do not know. So many viruses unknown. And if you look at these viruses, and down below, you will see gene loss and clade. If you include all these factors, some people say there will be more than 500,000 viruses out there. Then how big are they? Are they visible with our naked eye? And as you can see, if you have a 10-centimeter ruler, you can see up to 1 centimeter unit. And if that is divided by 10, it's 1 millimeter. Up to that level, we can see with our naked eye. But if you go down further, it's not visible within our naked eye, so we use a microscope. With ordinary microscope, we may see bacteria or germs, but viruses still beyond our comprehension on a naked eye level. So we need to use electron microscope. So viruses in the past would refer to something not visible, and if not filtered out, and such pathogenic substance was referred to as a virus. Now, with the emergence of viruses, now we need to talk about vaccines as well. And here we have three scientists here. If you Google them, if you Google vaccine, then you will often encounter all of them. So let me talk about what they did, respectively. First, Edward Jenner. If you study viruses, then surely you would know him. He was a surgeon. He was not a microbiologist. But at the time, because of smallpox, a lot of people died. And specifically, those who were milking a cow was infected with cowpox, not smallpox. They were not infected with smallpox. It was discovered. And then, maybe, in a milk cow, then we would get a sample from a milk cow, and that was administered to people, and then it was discovered that that person was not infected with smallpox. At the time, virus was not unknown. It was simply known that something, when we catch something, whether it is germ or something, then some people eventually died. And based on this data, then a smallpox vaccine was developed. And as a result, it was the first discovery that elucidated vaguely the identity of virus. And Pasteur, you would know him by the commercial name of Milk, but he was the very founder of the Pasteur Research Institute, and he was the person who made chicken cholera vaccines and anthrax vaccines in the field of germs and rabies. In his childhood, there's an anecdote. These crazy dogs went around, and those who were bitten by these dogs died. So you should not allow these crazy dogs to bite you. And Pasteur took a sample from the spine of these dogs and then injected it into rabbits. And he dried the samples and then alleviated them, injecting it to other animals, and he found that these animals did not catch this disease, rabies. So he found out the viruses can be turned into other forms and can be transformed. And it was the achievement of Louis Pasteur. The third person is, as you can see down below, so these are magnificent achievers. Did they win the Nobel laureate? One of them did. And for his goal in working on Clostridium tetani, so he looked at this disease that killed very little children, and then he injected the virus into horse or goat, and he took out serum, and then he treated people with the serum, and he found that then the disease was prevented. For the first time, he took advantage of this notion of antibodies, and it was at this time that antibodies were utilized to save lives. In 1901, he won the Nobel Prize in medicine. Then we have this person, Walter Reed, and he studied the transmission of virus. And he found that mosquitoes can be mediating this process, and if their habitat is destroyed, then people were freed from mosquito-mediated diseases. And following his name, a hospital was established, Walter Reed Hospital. So viruses killed a huge number of people rather than any war. The Spanish flu in 1918 killed the most number of people. And in fact, this took place in other countries, but Spain at the time was a neutral country, and soldiers were killed, and actually they put an end to the First World War. And this virus was isolated in 1934, and its vaccine was first developed in 1945. Now let me talk about another scientist, Janos Salk. For the first time, as you can see in this picture, you would see drums. He mass-produced viruses for the first time. And it was a dead virus. He also proved that immunogenicity can be achieved even with dead viruses. He is the first person to make a polio vaccine, saving the lives of a lot of children. Now we have Maurice Hillerman. I talked about Dr. Reed, and he worked at the Reed Institute, and his achievement was how to make very powerful pathogens into weaker ones. He found that through passage from one animal to another animal, that power decreased, and he developed more than 40 different vaccines, saving 8 million people every year. He modernized the vaccines for the first time. If you look at this graph, it's beyond our imagination. If you look at the development of the vaccine industry, along with the development of a huge number of vaccines. So when the virus is big, and then it means that the size of this virus is corresponding to the number of death tolls. But viruses have been with us for a long time, and it was through viral infections that many people were killed. So compared to any other viruses, here we have this coronavirus, very small, 7.7K. Compared to all the other viruses, now this virus is breaking all the records to become the biggest virus in terms of its damage. If one person gets infected, then how many people will get infected tomorrow? If we do a good job in disease prevention, it may be 0. But maybe it's possible that 1 million more people may get infected. So this is the hidden power of, formidable power of viruses. Now, many people were involved in vaccine development and are getting vaccinated, but I'd like to talk about 2 types of viruses. First, influenza virus. Ruth is my mentor, and influenza virus can be transmitted through birds. It was discovered by him. This person, Dr. Robert Webster. It was 1980 when in Hong Kong, H1 virus made people die. And he showed how this virus can be controlled to prevent the endemic of this virus in the end. And these are migratory birds. They come to Korea, and then they would give rise to diseases in farms. We also had such an occurrence today here in Korea, Ansong. And because of these diseases, we take preventive measures, and in winter, you will see these scenes. These scenes are quite familiar. In 2009, the very first pandemic, we experienced the very first pandemic. At the time, it was swine flu influenza virus. So it was a bird flu virus, but it may infect pigs, and pigs are very familiar animals. So why is it through pigs that a new type of virus was created? And pigs have receptors that respond to both human and bird substances. And if they mix together, then they would create a virus that we did not experience before, creating a large amount of viruses. Especially influenza virus is segmented. If we have simply 2 viruses infecting people, then it may lead to 256 different genotypes of viruses. So in 2009, we had this cartoon. So Pigley now is isolated from all his friends. The second type of disease is Ebola virus. In 1976, it first came out, but it has a completely different type. Through contacts, through interactions, these viruses affect people. And in Korea, when someone is infected, you would have an ambulance coming, but it differs by country. So the reality can be really devastating depending on where you live. So we have mRNA vaccines available, and it was due to common research efforts. And DNA vaccines were developed for the first time in India. Clinically applicable vaccine was developed based on this method. We have protein vaccines, whole virus vaccines, live attenuated vaccines, different types of vaccines. They all have advantages and disadvantages. But the fact is, we may leverage a lot of different platforms. For example, adenovirus, DNA vaccine, mRNA vaccine. If you are, I think almost all of you would be familiar with them, coming with advantages and disadvantages. When we're going too fast, and this may work against us, and this is a challenge for you. In developing one single vaccine, it may take 5 years or 10 years. But within just 1 year, we have developed vaccines, and a huge number of people were vaccinated. There could be side effects and how to deal with these side effects. Especially when it comes to mRNA vaccines, there are issues with storage and immunoresponses. we need to find a way not to overactivate immune responses in some people. And DNA vaccine studied in India, we need to make sure that these vaccines eventually disappear within our body so that they can be safely administered. And recently, at Celltron, Korea's first ever therapeutics were developed. For those of you infected and recovered, their serum was taken and their B cell, through screening, was used to find the antibody that is the best in terms of neutralizing, and that can be used as vaccine treatment. That's another emergent vaccine development method. This is my last slide. More than 500,000 types of dangerous viruses, but we have identified only 0.2% of them. So Virus Hunter, it's the nickname of this woman. She's at UC Davis. She's a professor at UC Davis. As we discover more and more, we find more and more viruses. So today we say with corona, it never means an end to COVID-19. WHO says that there are at least 10 diseases that may threaten global human race, and we need to find a way to respond to them. Virus research is taking its very first step, and vaccine development, it is now just beginning to find better vaccines to ensure that more people can be free from such diseases, so that Piggly and all his friends can live in harmony, happily, ever after. Thank you very much. So many of you must have been vaccinated, but COVID-19 is not the end, just the beginning of such a heavy message. Let us move on to the next presentation.
The second scientist in action against the crisis is Principal Researcher An Ji-hoon from IBS, Blood Vessel Research Institute. Good afternoon. I am An Ji-hoon, Principal Researcher at IBS, Blood Vessel Research Department, and thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Well, it occurs to me that I have brought up a presentation that could only be used at a lab meeting, so I'll be trying to be brief and simple. I would like to talk about what is happening at the initial stage of the breakout of COVID-19 and infectious disease, and I started my research as such. And as you could see, I am belonging to IBS, Blood Vessel Research Department, and before converting my career into a researcher, I was an ENT doctor. So since the outbreak of COVID-19, I came to be much interested in this research field because unlike MERS or SARS before, there are many COVID patients asymptomatic or having light symptoms, but they still have quite a high infectivity. And once infected, there are patients with serious symptoms, and it is infected through upper respiratory tract. So I wanted to delve into some research papers about the transmission tract of this disease, virus, but I couldn't find a lot. But it was in some senses natural because influenza is not something that you can easily get a funding for research. Well, upper respiratory tract infection is quite similar to the influenza. That was why I was not able to find out many research papers. But to have COVID-19 entered into the human body, it needs help from ACU2, TMPRSS2, and we can now tell that the cells in the human body have a lot of these enzymes, and the epithelial cells, either nasal or oral, and these will be maybe used as an infection tract for the virus. This is the result of research, but most of them were RNA-related researches, but not with the protein of ACE2 and TMPRSS2. But the research data was a bit abstract to have an appropriate interpretation, and I will tell you about why in the later part of my presentation. So there were public RNA data, and I downloaded them and I analyzed them by myself. And upon clustering, it is possible for us to distinguish epithelial cells on different locations. ACE2, TMPRSS2 proteins can be produced by RNA, but with a small number of RNA. So I was curious to know how could a small number of RNA could produce viruses. And I recognized the further needs for the researches, and I started right away. And through the cooperation with doctors from Samsung Hospital, and there are membranes or samples that I received from those hospitals. And unlike nasal epithelial cells, HB2 was expressed quite highly. So I proceeded with further experimentations. As you can see, this red is dyed with cilia proteins. They have ciliated epitheliums. And one of the characteristics is that apical part has had HB2 proteins with high expression, and the furin and TMPRSS2 were quite highly expressed. But what was funny was that, unlike conventional RNA research, well, these proteins were not found in squamous cells. And as you see here, and these are mucous, but H2 is not expressed here. So with this tissue, I tried the analysis of RNA, but with the same amount, the RNA expression was quite low. So in the end, protein helps the infection of virus. So this ciliated epithelium cell should have been identified if it is a space for infection for viruses to come into the human body. So I wanted to figure out how this should be proved. So with the doctor, I have cooperated, and I received a regimen sample from the COVID patients, and we did a nasal and oral epitheliums, and we asked for that. And once collected, we fixed those specimens and removed the toxicity. And we also verified if the reproduction is happening. And after that, RNA analysis was followed, and the protocol was established as such. And as you see here, epithelium cells were analyzed with RNA. And as you see here, as a result, the illustration shows that there is a group of cells gathered. One is from a sound patient. It's a cell cluster. And another cluster in the right side is from the COVID patient. As you can see, the cell changes with many different clusters. And there is a specific cluster that is not seen in a sound patient. Then, in which cell can you find a DNA of COVID? Well, this is quite widely spread, as you see here. But specifically in the middle, we have red colored area, where we could see a very high expression rate. So when it comes to this cluster, well, out of DNAs of this cell, almost all are found to be viruses. And other colored areas show only less than 0.1%, but only this cluster is occupied mainly by the virus, and we can check that this cluster is where viruses are reproduced actively. But ironically, the more we tried to know about the RNA analysis cells, we were not able to figure it out exactly. So we used computational trajectory analysis method, and we came to know that there's a high probability that viruses are reproduced through ciliated epithelium cells. So to check it, to double check on the fact, on the presumption, we dyed the protein, and as you see here, ciliated cells were shown to have clusters of viruses, and some cells were dying. And there's a mucous cells, but as you see here, no cluster of virus is found, but only in ciliated epithelium cells. And there's KRT7, which is another marker to cover a wider range of area. The discretion cells, ciliated epithelium cells, and the cells on the growth stage. And you see here that they are not contaminated. Let me put it this way: they are not reproducing. I mean, viruses are not reproducing in these cells, which means that COVID virus is quite picky. They're quite selective on cells. So out of all cells, I mean our specimen cells, 16% was ciliated epithelium cells, but out of contaminated or infected cells, almost all the cells were epithelial ones. I mean ciliated epithelium ones, except dead cells. I am sorry to say this to patients, but amongst our candidate patients, on the day of hospitalization, day 136, we took some specimens from patients. But as you see here, oral epithelium cells, they were quite fine. So RNA analysis was carried out on day 136. And these red clusters seen in day 1, as you can see, they completely disappear on day 3. And even normal ciliated cells got dead in day 3, which means that it was a complete battleground by the virus. And on day 6, to make epithelial cells again, the discretion cells and bulb cells were also transformed into a production space. So, as you see here, on day 1 of hospitalization and 136, virus reproduction was decreasing quite quickly. And once the patient starts to feel the symptom, the virus already had reached out the peak and almost reached the end of its cycle. And depending on symptoms, within 8 days of the first symptom, virus reproduction is complete. So seeing this, I thought to myself that this virus cannot be solved out, cannot be cured only from the perspective of preventive measures, because even before recognizing the symptom, the patient, may have been around with high reproduction rate of viruses that must have been dispersed or transmitted through the oral and nasal trajectory. At first, I wasn't quite there to make a big achievement. I just tried to collaborate with my colleagues and the professor. But as solving out many curiosities, I came to know that the people had shared the same curiosity, and I ended up in being covered by the cover page of this renowned journal. So I felt quite rewarded and grateful to be a contributor to the community. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues and the people who supported us. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. And the principal researcher An had explained to us what was happening at the beginning stage of COVID-19 spread, and he tried to find out what the COVID-19 was, and it was such a panoramic presentation. Thank you very much. And moving on to the last speaker.
So this is the last presentation in this section. We have Ms. Chung Hak-suk from KIST, and she's working with U Biologics, a vaccine development company, and she's engaged in research on adjuvant development. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. And due to my personal circumstances, let me keep my mask on during my presentation. Rather than being a scientist working in face of crisis, I simply kept on working, and I was given this opportunity to contribute to responding to COVID-19. So, based on my experience as a researcher, today I'd like to share some of my thoughts and experiences. If you look at the history of humankind, we have experienced a series of pandemics coming and going. Unfortunately, in our generation, we don't need to explain how pandemic affects our lives because we are living it. And what can I do proactively in this? Vaccine development was something that I could do. And if you look at these 3 graphs, they show how people reacted to pandemics. At the top, you would see smallpox. Prior to smallpox, vaccine development, and then after that, you would see a big difference in death toll. Down below, you will see polio and then measles. And Professor Che gave us a very good presentation before me, so I won't be spending much time on this. A pathogen giving rise to a specific disease, but it's only after an extended period of time that we come to have vaccines. For example, the Salmonella germ was the cause of typhus, but it took us 100 years in developing vaccines. And measles took us more than 10 years, and that is considered a very short time. Now, if you look at COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2 virus, it was such an innovation that we developed vaccines within a very short period of time. So it was mid-January of 2020 that all the genome sequences were disclosed. And then after that, Pfizer-BioNTech drugs were approved. And mRNA, a novel type of vaccine, was developed. And then, within a single year, is it possible that a vaccine can be developed? In reality, it's not. For mRNA vaccines to be successful, there are components, core technologies required. For instance, an artificial RNA technology was needed, and more than 30 years, the core technology was developed. And LNP, so delivery of RNA to cells, that feat was achieved by Professor Robert Langer, which took them more than 20 years. Now, core technologies were developed, and then the medical applications had to be made by industry. So BioNTech and Moderna, these companies spent more than 10 years. As a result, we've come to have mRNA vaccines. So it is only with core technologies that we develop any vaccines. And another important reason behind this achievement is R&D costs. So globally, we had a crisis. So COVID-19 vaccines were developed under the strong initiative of governments. Operation Warp Speed by the US government allowed the investment of more than $10 billion, not just in US companies, but also in other overseas companies. And it's 2020, it's more than 20 trillion Korean won invested. Moderna and Novavax, more than 99% of their R&D investments were funded by governments. So without any concerns over R&D investments, they were solely focused on their research. Administration-wise, clinical tests went on very rapidly. So experiencing COVID-19, our next generation may experience another pandemic, but the difference is they may react in a more smarter way. The Biden administration last September announced the Apollo plan. Over the next 7 to 10 years, around 75 trillion won would be invested, and more than 1/3 of that, 28 trillion won would be invested in vaccine development. 28 trillion won. It corresponds to our R&D budget for the next year alone would be 29 trillion won. So this is corresponding to our entire R&D budget in Korea for next year. Then what is the situation in Korea? Of course, the Korean government is taking the lead, and companies are also doing their best. But unfortunately, we do not have any domestically developed vaccines approved. We have SK Bioscience GBP 5010, it's in phase 3, and then Ucovac 19 by Ubiologics, and phase 3 application was submitted. And unlike mRNA or DNA vaccines, they are adopting traditional method of synthetic antigen. The antigen is fabricated outside and inserted later. So the development cycle is lengthened compared to other types of vaccines. But once developed, then they are considered as the safest. So I think rather than saying any specific vaccine is better or not, I'd like to pinpoint that when we have endemic, we need to act more rapidly, and depending on what phase we're in, we're going to require different types of vaccines. So it means that we don't need core technologies for synthetic antigen vaccines. No, still high entry barriers. Its core technology would be antigen display technology, adjuvant platform, and delivery system. So antigen display technology first. An antigen should be able to represent a specific pathogen. It's protein or peptide. When it comes to COVID-19, it's S protein or IBD domain. In the past, the purification of antigens was the ultimate goal of technology, but recently it's been changed. It's critical that this is well displayed so that our human immune cells can better recognize them. So Novavax has an independent technology. SK Bioscience is adapting technology developed by Washington University. U-Biologics, it's working with Pop Biotech. Its SNAP technology was transferred. Another important core technology is to make sure that antigen is a marker, and then antigen represents a part of something. So antigen alone cannot invoke full immune responses. Here we need adjuvants. Adjuvants serve to maximize immune responses to antigens. So it's not a specific single antigen, but it's also, it can be so powerful as a technology because it can support other types of vaccines. Now, Novavax has its own platform, Matrix M, and QS21. It's a saponin substance ingredient. Isolating this substance is patented by GSK. Now, if you look at SK Bioscience, it has a pandemic adjuvant platform, ASO3 by GSK. U-Biologics is adopting technology that we licensed out back in 2017, so it's ECML. And U-Biologics is developing its own adjuvant platform. So it was 2017 that technology transfer was adopted, was practiced. So it was never for COVID-19. Now let's turn to adjuvants. We looked at Novavax, SK Bioscience, and you would repeatedly see this name GSK. GSK has the most number of adjuvant patents and know-how globally. For example, it's monophosphoryl lipid A, MPL, owned by GSK. Based on this material, GSK developed cervical cancer vaccine or hepatitis B vaccines. Specifically, as for Shingrix, herpes zoster vaccine, last year alone, even amid COVID-19, raised more than 3 trillion Korean won in sales, a blockbuster vaccine. And now we have GLA, similar to MPL. It's a synthetic substance. And GLA, it's immune design. It's a company that has powerful GLA technology, but the company was acquired by Merck. So these are big American pharmaceutical companies, vaccine developers who have their own adjuvant platforms. When I first started this research, MPL was so famous as an adjuvant, and GLA was right before gaining its fame as an adjuvant. What I did was, it was 2012 that I joined KIST, and prior to that, what I did was very basic research. Bacteria's outer cell, LPS, inner toxin, how it is made and fabricated. That was my basic research topic. And joining KIST, I realized that based on the basic science technology knowledge that I have, I wanted to find its concrete applications because I was working for a government-funded research institute. My idea was, now we have LPL and these adjuvants, similar structures. So how about we ensure bacteria do produce adjuvants without generating any toxins? Is it possible that we develop such a bacteria? That was the start of my project. At the end of 2013, I called it a dream project. I think that's such an appropriate name for it because that was indeed a dream project for me. And my project was selected so that I can continue with my research. And I was very lucky at the time. It was because the screening members of this dream project, none of them was an expert in my field. If you look at these people working at KIST, it's a comprehensive research institute. Some of them were experts in mechanical engineering, and they believed that my project would be very interesting, and they were not capable of making very critical judgment about the success of my project because there were biases against my project. So if we have such strains, that would be very good, but such strains cannot be purchased. And there was a common knowledge among literature So it was out of sheer luck that I was able to start this project. And biological, biochemistry, and in genetic engineering knowledge were all needed. Isolation, purification, QC, so chemical knowledge was required. And luckily, I was engaged in the synthesis process up until the 4th year of my doctoral years. Now I was working on adjuvants, so it was necessary that efficacy and toxicity evaluations needed to be made to prove its performance. And I experienced quite a lot of delays in proceeding with my research. I think this is the key, the very important slide in my presentation. As a researcher, I realized that core vaccine technology eventually will be assessed and evaluated as the vaccine itself. So it requires interdisciplinary and very convergent R&D research. Against all the objections and biases, I gave it a try. It was because I was lucky. And culturally, I think such a risk-taking culture should be established, a culture that embraces failures. And I think it's critical that we establish such a culture of R&D. And it was 2004 that I studied biosynthesis of bacteria. So 18 years in laying the groundwork for basic science. And it was at the end of 2013 that I studied this practical research. It took me another 8 years. So if you think of core technology, when you develop such technology, when you feel the need, it's not possible that you succeed because you cannot respond to the rapidly emerging trend. And you biologics, if it took us also another 3 years for you biologics to be truly capable of mass producing. In 2019, we completed with our QC, and then the COVID-19 broke out. So it was all ready for us to apply this technology. Another big experience was I'm a researcher working at the lab. Now I felt that I'm done with my proof of concept. I was satisfied. But as I worked with company in the technology transfer negotiations, it was quite different from a strain that was successful in the lab environment and that is commercially successful. So it took me 8 months to do research to make technology transfer possible. As we've developed core technologies, now U Biologics has developed an adjuvant platform, and UCO 190 has applied for clinical trials. And we know that research activities are still going on. And based on such research, last September, we were the only company, U Biologics, that exported to the US in this CORAS, Innovation Cooperation Negotiation. As a government-funded research institute, we develop core technologies. In 2013, I was engaged in a very minor research area. And as I initiated my research, I felt that would be necessary for vaccine development, but I never realized that its application would be this much immense. So the diversity of research should be embraced, and that is the type of culture that we need. And in terms of core technology, the R&D time, efforts, and continuous support should be there to be successful. So the patience and persistence, that is another ingredient for success. Thank you very much. So I was not really aware of that, but domestic researchers and domestic companies are working hard to develop domestically developed vaccines. They are working hard in the face of obstacles and difficulties. And for a very long time, there needs to be research activities that precede any development or success. So that was the second session. And about vaccine, let us move on to the next session. But we're going to have, this is the second round table for today, and let us arrange the stage for a minute. Let me introduce to you our round table.
Since this morning, we have been addressing the open and transparent data and how to use those data. So during this roundtable, we will be talking about how to treat the data in the era of COVID-19 and the experience of having used some data models and its limitations. And this roundtable 2 will be moderated by Professor Han Ji-young at KAIST. And team leader Son Woo-sik from National Institute of Mathematical Science and Professor Lee Ho-jung from Gyeongbok National University will be attending as panelists. Please. Good afternoon. I am Han Ji-young, professor at KAIST. I'll be moderating the second round table. The topic of this round table is how to establish a Korean Virgin Resource Center in fighting against the pandemic. So we are joined with team leader Son Woo-sik from National Institute of Mathematical Science and Professor Lee Ho-jung of Gyeongbok National University. First, during the COVID times, we have come to know how quickly activities were carried out concerning the shortage of masks, and data sharing was quite effective. And as for the movement path of confirmed cases, there were contentious discussion about the data privacy protection. So as researchers in the field, this is quite interesting to see. So we would like to talk about the current status of data transparency or the opening of data. Well, let me address first. In relation with COVID-19, we have 3 different categories of open data. The first category concerns the largest data set, which is from CDC of Korea. Well, that is so-called a briefing of COVID-19. And until last autumn, this is the only data source that we were able to access. But this briefing materials is a kind of press material written in Korean with lots of numbers targeted at the journalists. So we had to copy and paste those press release to use it as data, or CSV, XML, and these data formats were the preference of us, but we were not able to be too picky back then. So this is the largest data set, the briefing material of CDC, but it was Hangul file, Hangul format, and quite frustrating for us to treat the data from those releases. So the confirmed cases and the death tolls by region, sex, and other criteria, and these data are now provided as file formats, but computer users would like to download the data from the website. And we have a public data sharing site, and it's been under operation about a year, but this is not linked with the CDC releases, so this is not well publicized to relevant people. Even my colleagues around me are not aware of the existence of this file. Well, this file is quite of high quality, but not well communicated and shared. And another point that I would like to address later on is the data we use for the research of COVID-19, but only with 3 sources of data, it is not possible for us to deepen the research, so we ask further documentations from CDC these days. Well, personally, when the briefing material is produced in Hangul file, I thought that all Korean researchers copied and pasted those data data, when thinking of it, well, I feel it was so inconsiderate for researchers for the second research. I wasn't aware of that. So, Ms. Lee, would you please add up onto that? Yes, Mr. Soon has clearly explained the current status. Let me add up some comments onto that. First, since last October, we are accessible the demographic movement path, which is acquired from the mobile data of SK Telecom. By age and region, the movement path can be downloaded as data. This can be used only for research purpose, but it took so much time to download them. But thankfully, since last month, October, the weekly basis data is open to researchers on a real-time basis, and it is updated also on a regular basis. And as mentioned earlier, only with open data, there are many difficulties in deepening the research. For example, variants of COVID-19 and the vaccination rollouts. So on a weekly basis, only for research purpose, we request the necessary data to CDC, and we are shared with the requested data. Well, thank you. So you too are conducting pandemic-related researches. How about introducing your projects and what kind of data you are using? And you said that you are shared with the data from CDC, and what kind of difficulties did you have and how did you overcome those difficulties? And despite of all that, if you have found out some rooms to improve, then what would that be, please? Well then, let me go ahead first. I would like to summarize what I have experienced during the process. Since 2020, we have been in leadership in developing COVID-19 related researches. I majored in mathematics and I completed my postdoc program at a medical school in Japan. So I cover not only mathematics but statistics, computer science, and preventive medicine. So I have many collaborations with colleagues from those different areas, and Professor Kim Jae-kyung at IBS is also one of my collaborators for the completion of COVID-19, and UNIST and Gyeongbok National University and National Institute of Mathematical Sciences, and these are different institutions in collaboration with my organization. And let me talk about the recent research that I am carrying out these days with 3 different topics. And first, the role of vaccination is targeting different age groups, and we also have some infection cases even after vaccination. So when we try to implement living with corona measures and how we have to be prepared for coming confirmed cases, and depending on vaccination and social distancing measures, there's a cost that we have to be covering. So how much the government will be sharing the information related to this, and that there's a pile of documents that we need to go through. So when implementing a specific measure in terms of cost of dealing with infected cases or death tolls, and what kind of direction should I take in the future between death toll and infected cases, and this should be a very important focal point for government to consider before making a decision. And also, when there is a constant growth of infection cases, then in the era of living with COVID-19, then collective infection in long-term and short-term should also be discussed and studied in terms of risks that we have to bear. And we can also think of using movement data so that we can reflect those data into regions like cities and areas to know what kind of controls should be implemented to control the movement. So depending on countries, they have already discussed if they have to roll out vaccination first in a region where movement path is quite high. So we are now studying these different areas. So before Mr. Son addresses, I would like to ask further questions. Well, during your study, you have just mentioned about the expectations of movement path of confirmed cases and control of the movement. And what matters most for the government is to be agile in responding to COVID-19. So how do you communicate with relevant ministries and government? Last year, we tried to contact individual researchers where we were asked for the advice by the outside researchers and colleagues. So that's why we decided to join forces to have a multidisciplinary result of research, and this research will be communicated with CDC and other relevant ministries so that they can refer to the scientific basis and evidences. So we tried to narrow down the channel of communication into one single window. So National Institute of Mathematical Science have established the ATF team for the National Crisis Communication. And since then, we have run 7 YouTube workshops so that we can share research results and also receive feedback. And on a weekly basis, we have to submit a report, and today was the day. So we submitted the report, and once integrated, the scientific evidences are used for the meeting. Thank you.
So Professor Yi gave us a very good explanation. So we are studying COVID-19 and we are helping the authorities in setting directions. We have more than 10 teams doing this. Every Wednesday, it's a COVID-19 report day. So every Wednesday morning, if you have ever seen CDC's briefing materials, it's 9:30 in the morning that press releases are made. Then based on this, we do our analysis. It's almost like completing your newspaper work. Up until 3 or 4 p.m., we prepare documents. And at CDC in Korea, we have prediction department, and at the Ministry of Public Security and Administration, they would also use our reports. And at the CDC, they would independently predict the dissemination of this disease. And then on Friday, the authorities would be using such documents for their meeting. So it's a report preparation day, so I did it today. It started since last summer. And this report preparation team has a very good training opportunity, just as machine learning experts would go through training as well based on data. I think we are going through such a training session on our own. Many things have changed. There were many things that we do not know, but we do know them. And our priorities are different. So when we first analyzed last summer, the analysis outcomes are very different. Of course, data are different. When we collected data at first, it was based on briefing documents, and researchers across the nation simply copied and pasted. And then we can take turns. And that's a good idea, I think, taking turns amongst our researchers. So briefing documents were simply copied and pasted in preparing our reports. So with such disclosed documents alone, we were not able to proceed with our work. Of course, with our documents, we may communicate with the Korean CDC, and these contact points were previously working as researchers themselves. So I don't think it's really this distinction between government and research institute. We simply communicated as a research to researcher. So CDC's data, viable data, and the identification of such data was possible because we all worked as researchers. We requested data and we collected greater data as a result. As Professor Lee mentioned, detailed vaccine data was collected, and the ratio of ICU patients occurring, and also causes of death of COVID-19, we needed to get detailed data through a request. And through this process, with people at CDC and with our researchers, we were able to establish trust and communication, but still there were barriers to overcome. I think it was because this was an unprecedented situation and we were setting precedents. So those people at CDC and those people at, I don't know its full official name, but we have people working a specific department under the Korea CDC, and we have people working at the COVID-19 committee. All of them did their part. We kept researching and studying, and in line with this changing situation, we also looked at how relevant data was circulated. And we were able to have this experience in contributing just a little bit. Compared to last summer, we have a marked improvement, but still there are regrettable things. For example, at the Korean CDC, there's a public data portal, but I think it's only those working at the groups that are producing reports to the Korean CDC who get access to really invaluable data. So I'm really thankful to the Korean CDC, but I do have my request. We need to broaden the window of data access. I think sharing data would only do good rather than doing harm. We need to set such precedents and sharing experiences because researchers need to get access to such data, writing their papers and making suggestions to the Korean CDC. Why don't we jointly make good precedents and experiences? Why? To ensure both the quality and quantity of data available to us? That's my thoughts. As I listen to you, as a researcher, you are working with those who are possessing data and communicating with them. I think it's an enjoyable experience, I think. And in the midst of this pandemic, it's an opportunity for you as a researcher and for those working at government agencies to pursue a common objective. So it's a unique case because in Korea, it's rare that public agencies would disclose data this much. So as a collaborator, you may share data, but still we have this element of exclusivity in data sharing. In turning to this discussion topic, if we establish a Korean-type resource center to respond to COVID-19, then what are the data that should be disclosed and they should not be disclosed? How about the protocols needed? Such a good question, but I don't think I can provide a very good answer. The more, the better. Now we have personal data protection guidelines, and within this boundary, I think we need to disclose as much data as possible, and this is not impossible. It's because if you look at Korean CDC, we have PHE in the UK as a corresponding institute, and UK Health Security Agency, that's its new name, and COVID-19 data is distributed by this agency. We have this website, and scroll down. If you scroll down, you can choose data items. It's an interesting best practice. You may choose region first, city, county, and a specific region, and then you would go down to matrix, confirmed, severe case, inspection test. So you may choose matrix. The number of matrix is 94. And you make your choices, and multiple choices are possible. And matrix items, I don't know whether these items can be merged together. I think it depends on matrix item. And at the end, You can choose whether it would be CVS or JSON. So you may choose your preferred format and click on download. Then even though you are not a UK citizen, you can easily download data. So when I look at that practice, I don't know how UK's personal data protection guidelines will be working. I'm sure that it will be within the boundary of that regulation, and it's open to anyone, regardless of nationality, across the globe. This morning, I'm sure that would have discussed our world in data. That's also another best practice. The matrix has 29 items that is prepared by our world data. Unlike the UK case, the graphs will change whenever people click on it. Our world in data, as of today, it shows the full data available by our world in data. The data amount is not that big, so no problem. But if we have vast amount of data, or if we do not have computing power to process that much data, or if you have to do a very quick job on your mobile phone, then you wouldn't need vast amount of data. But at least in an interactive filtering, subsetting, very low-level extraction must be made possible. Now turning back to Korea. COVID-19 data disclosures are made in 3 ways: briefing materials, and CDC's Excel files, and then public data portal without any linkage with Korean CDC. I think we need a single source of truth. And still in Korea, the data would be downloadable in Hangul format. The Korea map presenter showed us some files, and disclosing data in certain document formats, I think that's a stereotype, but we need to treat data as data. It's laborious. So having raw data is converted into documents, and then such documents converted back into data. In the process, people are engaged, giving rise to errors. I think this is not the genuine way of treating data as data. And data that can be disclosed, gaining trust to be another prerequisite. Based on trust, then we can fully disclose data. Then rather than doing any harm, we can ensure that this would only do good for all of us. So it is based on this trust that data is closed and researchers have free, uninterrupted access to data. Before Professor Lee makes her comments, as I hear that case in the UK, it reminds me of Eurodatabase. So we can make choices, we can make our queries and get the data. That's how it works. And in Korea, do we have any precedent that discloses data as such, except for the Korean CDC? Do we have any other such case? For data disclosure, in relation to virus, we have dengue fever, and from category 1 to category 4, we have different infectious diseases. Now, considering climate change, it can be through certain insects, the diseases occur. So I think fair amount of data is already available. And if we look into 200 years, we may look at climate factors. So if there is a request, then we provide data. But for COVID-19, we need more concrete data. And for this, I think it's a phased-in way of disclosing data that we have. But as a researcher, we would like to make less presumptions while making more accurate predictions. So if we have more detailed data, that would be great. And continuing on with this topic of detailed data, let me make some additional comments from wave 1 to wave 4. It's the 4th wave. During the first wave, we had people coming from overseas infected. Because of them, we had secondary cases during the second wave. As social distancing eased, in Itaewon, we had cluster infections leading to the third wave, primarily in the metropolitan area. Now the fourth wave was triggered by mutants and variants. So the pattern is changing. Now the infection data is being closed to a certain extent, but as to close contact data, it's another key. Not just epidemiological data, we need clinical data from hospitals. If we can get more clinical data, that would be helpful. So Professor Lee and Mr. Son, why don't we open the floor for questions? So the prediction outcomes by the Institute of Mathematical Science, they vary by team, and what is the reason? So first of all, if you look at our report, thank you for referring to our report coming from National Institute of Mathematical Sciences. I'm sure that you have read a lot of reports carefully to identify such differences, not just in Korea, but also in many other countries. Predicting the dissemination of COVID-19 is done by many researchers. To make this long story short, using conventional mathematical methodologies, this is a compartmental model. This isn't traditional methodology. And recently, we have machine learning methodology that is adopted for analysis. And if you look at one commonality that people have in how they think, each methodology has its own merits and demerits. Now, if you look at COVID-19, it's very dynamic. It changes by time and changes by space. And if you predict something, it all depends on researchers predicting the situation and so far, and then making presumptions, and various presumptions can be made. And all such prediction methodology also has advantages and disadvantages. And if one methodology has any disadvantages, that can be complemented by another methodology. If we can combine the strengths of all methodologies, that would be great, and that is how research activities are going on. And if you say research outcomes vary by research team, it's because they have different presumptions. And whether any specific methodology does greater good, and you may follow their different methodologies, and that will be helpful in bettering your knowledge. So next question. Compared to other countries, I think in Korea we have very narrow breadth. So do we have any issues in nurturing professionals in this field? Talent promotion and talent development, it's not a short-term issue. It's a long-term issue. I think many people believe so. In 2009, we had this new influenza, and then MERS in 2015, and then COVID-19 from 2019. It's a novel infectious disease and virus. So, and I think another commonality is they are zoonotic. More than 70% of new infections and viruses are zoonotic. Both animals and people get infected, and through gene recombination, then they spread on a massive scale. It takes a lot of time till developing therapeutics. We need to be fully prepared because of this. And in relation to data, now local governments need to have a data integration system. That's a desperate need that we realize. So as an expert, experts from different fields need to be engaged. So we need to further raise our voice for the need for talent development and promotion. So whether it is a research institute, foundation, we need to have a long-term view to get prepared. So professors and research institutes would make their recommendations and suggestions. We are in the process of developing methodologies. So this question is for both of you. Every Wednesday you are writing your report. Thank you very much for your work. And then, is it the very end of this COVID-19 that you would be working this way? Your future plans?
공적인 자리에서 약속을
It's
하게
a
되는 건
very public setting today. I don't want to make any
이
official promise to you.
코로나19
And
종식이라고
personally,
저희가 생각할 때까지 할
until the
생각입니다.
very end of
요- 요즘
COVID-19, we would like to do
말씀하셨던
this, as
것처럼
Professor Lee
감염성이
mentioned,
종결되었다라고
putting an end on
판단하는 것도
infectious
정말 굉장히
disease
힘든 일이고
and deciding whether we do
추가적으로
have an end. It's a difficult decision to make, and it requires mathematical research on a huge scale. We do not want to tire ourselves. And we like to do this. We like to keep doing this till the end of COVID-19. So 8 to 9 research teams are producing their reports, and none of us has made any commitment. But so far to date, if we can make any social contributions, then we are willing to generate our research outcomes. That's the atmosphere. Until when? We haven't discussed this question yet. And with this, we have dealt with this topic of establishing a Korean-style resource center in response to COVID-19. The more, the better in terms of data disclosure, and our attitude will not be sticking to any specific type of document. We need to make sure that we have a database so that data is made readily available for researchers. In a collective level, we need to also make sure that by time, by region, or even by considering privacy and possible, by avoiding privacy infringement issues on a very personal level, disclosing detailed data is needed. I think that was the conclusion of today's session. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation.
다시 한번 세 분 패널께 좀
Would like to ask for your applause once again to our three panelists.
저희가 그 코로나 사태 이후로 매번 이제
Well,
사회적
since
거리두기 단계를
COVID-19,
정부에서 발표하겠다
we
이런
have
얘기를
been
하잖아요. 그래서
acquainted with
정책을
different
결정하는데
social
어느 정도
distancing
토대가
measures
되는
of
분들을
level
이제
1, level
응시해서
2.
일을 하고 계신 분들
But
솔직하고 현장의
it was
얘기를
quite a good
많이
chance for all of us to listen
느껴보고
to
그런 시간이었을 것 같습니다.
vivid the stories of people who were
바로 다음
working behind the
세션을 진행할
scenes.
텐데요.
Without
분위기를 좀 바꿔서
further ado, we would
지금까지
like to move on to the
코로나
next
감염병
lecture
위기, 뭐
and
데이터,
would like to
교통,
change an
과학자
ambience a bit.
많은 얘기들을 했고요.
Up to now, we
재밌는 시간을 좀
have
가져볼까
had
합니다.
talks with
영상에
scientists
대한
and researchers, and this lecture will be more fun
뭐
about video.
과학과 대중의 소통과 커뮤니케이션의
For
시각적인
communication
것만큼도
between
다른 게
science
없잖아요.
and the general
그래서
public,
그런 영상에 대한
visualization will be the most useful tool that we may use. So in that sense, we would like to listen to a presentation of Lee Mi-sol, PD at EBS, and she will be touching upon how to produce a science video to persuade the general public. And she has directed the different videos in relation with science and brain. And she has recently produced a program, Poison, referring to the brain process of human in a scientific way. She was to attend this conference in person, but she had to attend another schedule, which was abruptly took place. So she'll be joining us online. Please go ahead. Good afternoon, I am Lee Mi-sol from EBS. I really wanted to be with you in person, but I got the production meeting schedule unexpectedly, so I apologize for this. My major is physics, and I studied visual editing and video making at graduate school. So I came here finally, and I've been making science-related videos for more than a decade. So one of those videos that I produced is Poison, as introduced before, VR experimentation, and also a human seen through brain. So now I will talk about the process of production and some science stories. And this is the order of my presentation, production process of the program called Human Seen Through Brain. And most of my presentation will focus on this. And then the poison. And I am currently working on also a scientific documentary, so I'll talk about that too. First, a human seen through brain. But before that, I would like to show you a preview of this program. Well, a human seen through brain is composed of 5 episodes to know how human evolved differently from other species on the planet. And this documentary is composed of 5 episodes of money, violence, art, sexual relationship, and religion in the order. And the production period is only 2 years, going through pre-prod, prod, and post-production. And this is a diagram of production process of a TV documentary. Pre-production covers 4 different stages, and production and post-production. During a pre-production, we establish a diagesis. In a simple way, it means that we refer to books, papers, and meet specialists and professionals, so to establish a world view, and it takes the most of the time of production. And once this is complete, then we extract the topic to decide and determine what stories should be conveyed to the audience, and then storyline is made and conti is made for the composition of video images, and then filming and editing will follow during the production stage, and the last stage is about post-production to be filmed. Well, as a PD, what I focus most is the topic extraction. Writers and other staff members study a lot about the topic, and then we determine, after a long discussion, a topic that we would like to discuss with the audience. And this is the most important part, because once a good topic is extracted, we can effectively convey a message to the audience. And from this stage, and all professionals in their respective areas of editing, filming, etc., will work on their own areas. So before dispersing the work to professionals, topic extraction will be the most decisive moment of whole production process. Well, when we produce a documentary in general, you may think that it's about objective fact, but making a video is going through an editing process. So, documentary imbues a subjective view into an objective fact. Then, you may think that the definition for a scientific documentary will differ, but it's not the truth. We try to explore fun stories of science and then try to reflect them into a video. But what's difficult is that we think that scientific fact is not an assumption, so it is quite tough for us to reflect our own perspectives into a video. So the definition of documentary is not about reflecting the reality as it is, but it contains also an interpretation of producer. So in a scientific documentary, in that sense, that a scientific documentary is about recompositioning and recombining existing scientific facts into a story to make them more fun. Well, as a PD, when I tried to produce a brain documentary, I wanted to reach out to Professor Jeong Jae-seung, who is a well-known brain researcher and professor. So my initial idea was to make this documentary with 5 different subjects of ego, reality, conscience, free will, and future. But after having a long discussion with Professor Jeong and other writers, we came to a conclusion that it would be difficult to reach out to the audience with these absurd topics. So in determining topics, we wanted to be more substantial in reaching out to the audience, and we also wanted to convey a social and societal message to the audience through our documentary. So during 10 months brainstorming period with Professor Jeong and other professionals, we finally determined some topics for each 5 episodes as money, violence, art, sexual relationship, and religion. What we tried to convey as a message was that human is contradictory. Human has an innate contradictory personality. So we wanted to analyze why it is through brain, and from the perspective of evolution, we are destined to be contradictory or paradoxical with the evolution of brain, and you wanted to help the audience to expand the understanding of other human beings around them. And what we tried to discuss more in details is the change process of sexual relationship in human beings' history. And this was also edited as a paper with Professor Hong Sung-hin of Seoul National University, and part of that paper will now be elaborated. Episode 4, entitled Sexual Relationship, and this episode deals with the sexual strategy that human has. And to delve into that topic, I studied a lot of documentations, and as you can see, the list of books here is about books I read. And our production team read these books and tried to establish a diagnosis. But our team is fully womanized. All of team members are women, including producer, writer, and all of us felt a bit uncomfortable after reading these books because we felt sexual discrimination, and we tried to find out more books to refer to. And we met Sarah Blaffer-Holdy and Marie Luthi, who were against the mainstream of the sexual relationship idea. For example, the first books that we read from the books on the left It was about the theory that men court, women choose. But Sarah Blaffer has counter-claimed against this theory, saying that the woman has not evolved. And the problem arises from the fact that only men have sexual desire and that women do not recognize their sexual desire. Through inductive, statistical, and the falsification of this, the author insists that women are strategically courted just like men. So on the basis of this, we were quite confused to decide our stance in making this film. But while referring to theses and papers, and we realized that there was a low number of papers written by women. And for instance, a psychologist in 2006, Meredith Chivers, has had an experimentation to prove a theory that men is sexually attracted by the opposite sex. But we thought that the sexual flexibility is a lot greater in women. So we tried to figure that out through the filming. And Chivers and also experimented that men are sexually attracted regardless of heterosexual or homosexual, and women responds quite dynamically and actively to what was seen, meaning that men has a clear-cut preference of the opposite sex, but women, regardless of the opposite sex, women has a greater flexibility. We didn't have much results of researches about written by women, but this was one of the rare cases. But out of this experiment, what was notable was that all women responded that they were not excited, sexually excited, even if they were. It means that the women are still resistant because they have been oppressed by the society. So they are not comfortable in divulging their sexual preference or sexual response, bodily response. So on the basis of that, in episode 4, we came up with the idea first of sexual selection theory of Darwin. Men court, women chooses. So to be against this theory, we quoted this professor who says that men and women try to be proud of their talents and creativity. So this area was quite contentious. So evolutional psychology is an academic area where many different ideas are still competing against each other. So through our video program, we tried to convey a message as follows. Men and women have the same desire, sexual desire, and their sexual strategy can differ depending on the difference of their productive function. And in a short and long-term matching strategy, men and women opt for a specific strategy according to their preferences. And in a long-term matching strategy, they court quite sensitively and they choose quite seriously. But when we first tried to air the program, we were against the vivid, contentious discussion. So we had to go through editing 6 times, and we removed some sexual and suggestive parts claimed to be to get the program aired. But after that, we found out that only the episode 4, Sexual Relationship, has recorded the highest views on YouTube because we have used terms such as sexual relationship, human, etc., and marriage too. And what was interesting was that our program was the first of its kind to talk apparently about the sexual relationship in Korean society. And we have received lots of responses from viewers, and they even fight against each other by expressing their candid thoughts and opinions about the sexual relationship. Well, actually, I've been contemplating on 3 different aspects of a scientific documentary. Should it be fact or value or discourse? So for this program, I thought that I should have conveyed a discourse. Well, actually, disseminating scientific facts is an important factor to be considered, but it is equally important to create a space for discourse where contentions can arise, because people, viewers, would like to discuss and they would like to share opinions on a specific matter. So sharing discourse is something that is needed in a scientific community. That's what I think. And after 2 years of production of this film, Human, Seen Through Brain, I proceeded with the next program called Poison. And we used VR contents. And as you see here, head-mounted display. And this content can only be seen through this head-mount display. You should have this to enjoy this VR content. And our intention was to allow a viewer with head-mounted display experience the whole process of infection of a virus, from the entry of the virus into a human body, through infection of cells, to the disruption of the human body system. So at this point of COVID-19 period, we wanted to provide a pseudo experience of COVID infection with viewers. And we didn't intend to air this program on television network. And we produced this film in the beginning stage of COVID-19, when people were not quite aware of the severity of the virus. So we wanted to raise the awareness of general public about the virus. So the intention of this program was to convey the most appropriate and precise information about the virus to general viewers. And through that, we tried to raise awareness of the general public about the virus. And we targeted the whole world. It took us 6 months to complete the production. As said earlier, this is a VR content, and you may not be able to fully watch this video.
Now we rule the space. It is our world. Humans called us poison.
This is how it got produced. I'm sorry that you cannot fully enjoy this program, as this is VR content. And to be aired on TV network or to produce VR contents can have a different purpose or intention of producing a film. I was not able to attend this conference in person because I am now working on a new program called Dreamers. I am working on a talk show with a topic of SF. So in a SR studio, there will be people talking around SF topics, and this is a still cut. And our target is to air this program in December, Dreamers. The first episode will be on air on 9th December. Please watch it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Lee. We enjoyed the production process of your program, and we came to know what's the role of a scientific documentary and how it can attract the attention of general viewers. We do not have much time, so I would like to ask a simple question to you. That program, the human seen through brain, and you are currently working on other programs, and you said that the inception has changed a lot through the discussion with panelists, professionals, and you considered the preference of general public, and that criteria is quite difficult for content makers, regardless of video and text. So do you have any specific criteria to consider? Well, as a scientific documentary producer, I agree with that idea that the preference or the criteria to select a certain preference of viewer is such a tacky job. Well, in daily lives, a specific topic of our program should be able to be discussed between ordinary people. At dining table, we can relatively easily talk about money, relationships, but not brain conscience. Sometimes you can have a chat with your friend about money, for example. That's a good scientific documentary. That's what I thought. But if a scientific documentary deals with difficult terms, then it may not be a good one. Of course, those documentaries bear significant meanings because they try to convey precise science words, but I wanted to make it more mundane for general viewers. I wanted to produce a scientific documentary that conveyed science knowledge that could be easily discussed at a dining table. Thank you very much, because we have tens of thousands of researchers and scientists who could be of great help to your program, so you have to come here once. Yes, I will. Thank you. And we only have the last session to go through. And following the presentation of Ms. Lee, PD of EBS, and I know that there are many concerns and thoughts centering around YouTube and how YouTube will lower the barrier to go into scientific community or into science. So we invited people who actually made their own videos. Well, for this round, Mr. Won Se-hwan of KIST, Customer Value Division, will moderate the session with 4 other panelists. Please come up onto the stage.
Good afternoon. I'm at KIST and I'm directing the Customer Value Department. For you who are wondering, let me explain what our department does. At the Department of Customer Value, we promote our institute. We have communications team, ESG management team, and training team, and value innovation team. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to today's event, Science Alive. It all started this morning. The role of science and communication with the general public in the age of pandemics. There's been excellent presentations and discussions. And just previously, Ms. Lee Mi-sol from EBS had her presentation. And she talked about the production process, the video production process, and relevant components. Scientific videos, for scientific videos to approach the general public, what kind of approaches should they take, and the potential of YouTube as a platform. So that's the topic of discussion for today. Previously, I was in charge of video production at a government-funded research institute. And indeed, there was always a challenge for me. As this session topic says, here we have this very word, barriers and obstacles. What obstacles mean is scientific videos may seem boring, not so interesting to the general public, because it should be objective and also professional and expertise, all while pursuing the public appeal. So how to strike the fine balance, how to optimize scientific videos, this would be a challenge shared by all people working in this field. But before we begin our discussions, let me introduce to you our four panelists. We have Mr. Kwon Seok-jun, Professor of Chemical Engineering at Sungkyunkwan University. We have Mr. Chung Jin-woo, Senior Research Fellow at the National Institute of Ecology. And we have Mr. Lee Sung-min, who's working as an administrator at the Korea Aerospace Research Institute. And we have Ms. Lee Ha-na, who's an PR team leader at the Korean Institute of Fusion Energy. Now let me brief you on how we proceed with these roundtable discussions. Our topic is scientific videos. So here we have videos prepared by our panelists. And if you prepared your videos, then you can share them and also share your challenges and know-how. And Professor Kwon would talk more about the future directions for scientific videos and the potential of YouTube. So you can make more comprehensive comments, Professor Kwon. Then let's hear from Mr. Chung first, from the National Institute of Ecology. And I was notified that Dr. Chung visited the Antarctica 9 times to study the reproduction of penguins, and he was able to collect huge amount of videos and data. I'm not a YouTuber myself, and at first I was not so sure about why I was invited, but I'm a frequent visitor to the Antarctica. I take great pride in this. At least in Asia, I know that in terms of the number of pictures, I will be the person who has the most number of pictures on penguins. And videos and pictures, photos, are very frequently used in the study of ecology. Monitoring cameras and videos are so essential in our study. We have a limited time of study that we can use, but cameras are able to work 24 days a week, 24 hours a day, 24/7. So we can collect this amount of data, then how do we share them with people? So video as data would be rather boring. And if we can pinpoint very interesting scenes, and then we can, if we can share them with through social media network, the response was very positive. Increasing number of followers, people making their queries. It's not about purely science, but the whole process was fun. Because scientists go to the Antarctica based on taxpayers' money. Some people ask, what do you do with taxpayers' money? Some people ask, why do you go there? The animals, with the advent of climate change and global warming, may be endangered. I would answer, there was a very good opportunity. Our activities, they were not videoed, taped by myself, but we do have on video. It also has sound, so you may lower the volume of music. And would you please share the video? The MPA means Marine Protected Area. It's also the name of our project. It's an Paul Research Institute. I'm basically promoting my previous institute. At our team, we had a documentary director, and this was shot by the director. And these are all very scenic views. Just some of our activities, hard work, and very scenic views. The water temperature is below zero, very cold, but still, the life is abundant in the Antarctica. Here, helicopter, 2 helicopters. I was boarding the helicopter. In the Antarctica, rather than research time, you will spend more time in traveling for your own survival. For example, fueling the helicopter and transporting the oil yourself. So if you take a look, it's intriguing. Penguins. Just looking at penguins. And here, this tent, very cold. And if you sleep on this, minus 15 or 20 degrees Celsius, you would wake up several times during the night because it's so cold. Habitat of penguins, adult penguins, they look almost dots. When I came there at first, I counted all those penguins myself using this monitoring camera. And if you use a camera, and recently you can use drones, and you can more easily collect data. So you would attach this logo on the body of penguins. Can be harassing. We go out to camp, then we need to cook ourselves. And that day was a special treat, pasta. With foreign national researchers, you would camp with them. And drones are used very frequently these days. And 50,000 couples of penguins were living there. 100,000 penguins. In 2015, we manually counted them. It took us 1 whole week. But with drone, we can do that in just 1 hour. Catching penguins and attaching the logo. And this is a directed scene by the director. The video is over now. As I said, videos, especially in the field of ecology, are used very frequently and mainly. Now, when it comes to science, scientists need to present their research outcomes to the general public. I don't think it's not the distance from your daily lives. Climate change, affects our daily lives. And Antarctica and animals living there and study of these animals all would be relevant to our daily lives in the end. So we do publish papers, but also we present such videos. That would be an easier way of catching people's attention. And YouTube, I think this is a separate issue, and there could be editors who are really talented, but I think as a scientist, we can also contribute this way. Of course, we need to focus more on scientific research, but also this is another area where we can work. And my concerns over YouTube is that YouTube can serve as a channel of generating our future generations. But let me take Adeline penguins as an example. There are a lot of YouTube videos on this type of penguins. And in the past, according to one research, some people said that they are very rampant, and they will sometimes kill very little penguins, and they are very sexually inappropriate. But I think this also applies to people. Some of us are criminals, some of us do bad things. It also happens to animals. And I did observe such things, but sexual prominence, I think this all relates to their animal instinct about reproduction. But you cannot simply generalize this whole species. Because on YouTube, their key priority is to direct people's attention. So except for that, I think YouTube can be a very good tool in training future generations of scientists. That's it for my presentation.
Thank you very much. Watching your video, I was thinking that this may have been filmed in an extreme condition. It is unimaginable. I can't tell. Well, it's true. Unlike a scientific video that should consider the preference of general public, and you have pointed out quite well the purpose of this type of scientific documentary. Well, unlike Mr. Chung's video, as a person in charge of publicity of a specific institution, you may have a different focus when producing a video or film. Well, from the preparation of proposing a spaceship, which garnered much attention from Korean people until the last moment, Mr. Lee has been in charge. Please. Hello, I run YouTube Carry as a person in charge of Korea Aerospace Operations Center and its publicity. And I've been working as such a position since several years ago. So please watch our promotional film first.
발사 카운트다운은 정확히 발사 10분 전 시작됩니다. 이때부터는 사람의 손을 떠나 모든 결정이 컴퓨터에게 맡겨집니다. 이 10분 동안 컴퓨터는 압력, 온도, 습도, 통신 상태 등 누리호의 모든 상태를 체크하게 되죠. 이 중 단 하나라도 이상 신호가 발견된다면 스스로 발사를 멈춥니다.
So watching this, let me explain what it is about. This is the film that we produced 2 months prior to the launch of Nuri spaceship to explain what kind of process we go through. And this film was shared through YouTube and recorded 280K views on YouTube.
이륙 장면에서 두 가지를 궁금해하는 분들이 많은데요.
And during the launch period, you may have 2 curiosity. This is a launch pad, and this steam is made from the launch pad to propulse Nuri spaceship. And there are some ice cubes because in a very low temperature, frost against the surface of Nuri spaceship got detached off. And you can visually recognize the Nuri spaceship only for a few minutes because it is making utmost effort to go out of the planet. And the first stage only takes 100-ish seconds. And within 2 minutes, Nuri spaceship reaches the stratosphere. And now the second stage begins. It removes the half of its weight to accelerate the speed. And the second stage doubles the speed of the spaceship. And when there's rare air friction, pairing is detached at the altitude of 200 kilometers. And the ultimate speed that it has to reach is 7.5 kilometers per second. Now its current speed is 7.3. And the third engine it proposes for around 9 minutes, which is the longest time for flying. So throughout the whole stage, Nuri spaceship flies the farthest here. And the first spaceship speed is 7.5 kilometers per second. And it prepares for the separation of the satellite. And in 16 minutes since the launch from the planet, it is detached from the satellite. Well, at this time, it has been equipped with dummy to verify the performance, which was the first priority to check. And after 30 minutes since the launch, people finally recognize that it succeeded. Several hundred of researchers, several hundred of companies have supported this in line with the Korean government and the Korean people. We applauded this moment with all passion, and we will be waiting for the real launch soon. Well, actually, if we got succeeded in this launching, I may have brought over here the video of succeeded launch. Well, this promotional video is one of the videos that I've been making for the past 7 years. Well, I am very much grateful to YouTube. But 7 years ago, we had viewers of 9,000, but after the launch of after the launch of Nuri spaceship, our viewers had almost quadrupled. It is thanks to YouTube. And we are trying to get out of the result report type video. But after the first launch of Nuri spaceship, if we do publicize through conventional media or government channel, and we are limited to certain formats, but as we use YouTube platform, we freely convey different videos about Nuri spaceship. 170 videos have been produced up until now. As a person working as a working level person, I would like to share what was difficult in doing so. Actually, research schedule is not going through as expected. Nuri spaceship launching was not an exception because we are now developing a measurement engine for Nuri spaceship at Naroho Center, and we have a separate space, 300 kilometers distance from here. Yes, it is closer than Antarctica, but after the fourth visit, we filmed a video of 5 minutes, but for that 5-minute video, we had a round trip of around 2,400 kilometers, and we also had to film the launch pad is how the launch pad is working. But as we didn't know when that schedule would be planned, so we had to wait without any promises with the researchers. And one of the most tough matter is the filming condition or environment. In Nuriho spaceship, we have a fluid engine which weighs more than 7,500 tons, and it emanates the heat of several thousand Celsius degrees. But during the first experimentation, as nobody had done that experimentation, it was quite vague about the success. And some researchers said that the camera would break and that there would be no filming, and some others were against that idea. But we had only an intention of filming, so we bought advanced cameras costing 10 million Korean won, and we were told that our camera may fly away, and we fixed the camera into the ground for filming. And even on the day of experimentation, all of us were waiting for the launch, but thankfully we ended up in succeeding the filming, and this film is widely used as a reference video by broadcasting stations. And there's a strong vibration and heat coming out of the spaceship launching, but to people like us, amateurs of filming, and to professionals alike from KBS, they didn't make it. It was high-level filming condition, so we had to invest a lot in this. If you happen to visit Gohung and Naroho Sea, there must be lots of cameras and GoPros and drones fallen deep into the sea, and you may be able to find out some good quality videos out of those equipments. And one of the difficult thing that we have is that we can't get out of the deep ocean of likes on YouTube. It is important to promote scientific discoveries, but also it is equally important to us to have many likes. The day I upload a new video about our institution, then I always keep checking and updating the screen to see how many likes I received, our video received. But what I felt is that many likes don't mean that that video is a good quality video. For instance, I wanted to produce a video that could be remembered in the history of scientific discovery. So I filmed an interview video with researchers and scientists, and some of the scientists showed tears during the interview. So I was sure that this film was going to be a big hit, but it didn't get many likes. So YouTube platform is not a platform that plays good quality videos, but it enhances and accelerates propensity in a biased manner, and the algorithm suggests these similar videos to viewers. So scientific discovery has disadvantages in that sense, but despite fewer likes, we have to focus on more values that could be conveyed by scientific documentary. And the last message that I would like to share is that, well, actually this work is quite unknown as a researcher. So when I joined the institute, some people told me that you would need only 5 minutes for a 5-minute video, which is not true at all. You may have tried to film a video, and you may have recognized that tons of efforts and time should be invested. So please help a lot if you have any acquaintances who would like to produce a video. Thank you.
So if you're working for government-funded research institutes, you would all concur that choosing the item, the public promotion item, would be very difficult. So in the sense that the Korea Aerospace Research Institute, it has so formidable item to promote, but behind that, tremendous amount of attention or other challenges that we cannot never imagine still exist. Last but not least, we would like to hear from Ms. Hee Ha-na, who's in charge of public relations at the Korea Institute of Fusion Energy. So what type of videos are you producing and what are your concerns? Earlier this year, rapper One Sun, is that right? In collaboration with One Sun, you created a video to promote your organization that was sensational and also fascinating. And not myself, but our president also took a look at this and he said, why can't we produce such a video? So that was a challenge for me as well. Now, please make your comments. Thank you very much for sharing your impression on that video. While preparing for this session, I thought hard about popularizing science. YouTube, as a channel, is playing a big role, producing positive effects overall. In popularizing science, what would be our standards? I think it all differs. Is it the number of viewers, the number of views, subscribers? The most popular channels and content would be primarily entertainment-based content. Science-based videos would be that much popular? Is it possible? As a person producing scientific videos, I'm a bit doubtful about that. But still yet, if we do compare, then the video introduced by the Korea Aerospace Research Institute, it has high views and over 1 million views, as far as I know. Also, there are science YouTubers, and some of these videos go over millions in terms of number of views. So based on view numbers, they are effective. Our videos on average has a view of in the hundreds. And if it is really successful, they go over 1,000. And if it is over 1,000, we say it's successful. So some can be dozens of thousands, but it's very rare. With this level of views, we are satisfied. It's because prior to this, our promotional method or tools were not that many to share our story. It was mainly through Naver or Facebook, drawings and articles. And compared to videos, these tools were more difficult in sharing our message. So production of videos is more burdensome. It takes more efforts, but in terms of impact, we are satisfied. So making such simple comparisons would not be good, but still, in lowering the entry barrier to science, I think YouTube played a role. And in the years ahead, YouTube may play such a role. And our channel, YouTube channel, we have watched 2 videos, and our videos would be quite different. And if you visit our YouTube channel, you would see what this means. Our topic, the fusion energy, it's a bit minor and maniac in terms of its nature. So leveraging our channel rather than promoting our institute, we would like to promote the topic of fusion energy itself. So half of our content would be research or technology on fusion energy, and the other half not so much about fusion energy itself, but to promote people to better understand fusion energy. And I have also prepared a video, so I'd like to share it with you. So would you please play the video?
안녕하세요. 저는 통합 시뮬레이션 연구부에서 일하는
Good morning, I'm Kwon Jae-in. I'm working at the Integrative Simulation Department.
안녕하세요. 저는 MHD 안정화 연구팀에서
I am working at the MHD Stabilization Department.
근데 여기 지금 저희가 왜 앉아 있는지
So why are we here? It's because somebody called us.
저는 영화 볼 수 있다고 해가지고 왔는데
I heard that I could watch a movie.
영화를 굉장히 많이
I'm a huge fan of Marvel movies.
두세 번
I'll watch twice or third time such movies once they are released.
있었던 마블 영화들을 한 번씩
Now we have a new Marvel movie. Why don't we take a look at previous Marvel movies? So maybe we can find a connection with what we do, unleash our wildest imagination.
알겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 김 박사님께서 이제 생각했을 때
Dr. Kim, if you think of this Iron Man suit,
기본 원리를 생각했을 때
what is the basic principle of this? So what would be the major, the field of expertise for the Iron Man? The core here is the suit changes several times from the very first movie, but the Ike one, it doesn't change. It's an Ike reactor. So maybe he's a physics doctor, majored in physics, very likely, and he's very dexterous. Then maybe he can be an engineer. And if you look at this, taking out the Ike, looks like a donut. It means this urge to confine things and making donuts spin, run and round. This is about energy confinement. And then stars or planet, having a star or planet in his chest. Then astronomy. So that's it for the video. Would you please stop playing? If you wonder what the rest of this video shows, please search our institute name and please press on like, increasing the number of views. And our channel, we have 14,000 subscribers. And we are #1 institute. After the Korea Aerospace Research Institute as a government-funded research institute of 14,000, you may think it's not a big number, but going over 1,000, that was our big goal. So when we reached this goal, all of us were very much pleasant. Currently, we are #3, but by the end of this year, we would like to regain our status as #2. This video was uploaded about 2 months ago. What's specific is this video was not planned by ourselves, but some of our fans, subscribers, we call our subscribers fans. Some of our fans gave their idea, and it was based on this idea that this was produced. And the number of views, 1,000, and comments, 120 comments. And out of all the videos that we uploaded, having more than 100 comments, this means a lot. So our topic is fusion energy. It's not so familiar, so we try to connect this topic with something more familiar. Personally, I like to take a big bow to Marvel movies, Tony Stark, the Iron Man. It was such a good opportunity to promote fusion energy. And with this, now people feel more familiar with fusion energy. I think this video doesn't really explain what fusion energy is, but we took a more public approach, making this connection between fusion energy and general public's perceptions. And our wish was to get more people become interested in fusion energy, and we believe we produced desired outcomes. The measurement of such outcomes would be the number of comments. The number of views was not so high than we expected. I think the topic itself was rather popular, not so professional. That was why the number of views was over 100. So while comments would be, there would be more comments on such popular content. But if you look at the number of views, more academical content would get higher views. And this shows that our subscribers and what they want would be something that is not available at other channels, the content that is very unique at our channel. I also support this attitude, and I wish that we need to produce more of such content that can be produced only by our institute. But when we look at the reality, we do wish to produce such content, but that's not always easy. It's because if you look at government-funded research institutes, we have limited human resources. And frequently creating videos, in-depth videos, it's not easy. At our institute, our team does not directly produce. We choose a vendor, and that vendor would shoot and edit videos. Planning and reviewing would be done by our team. Without it, that's the final touch. And this process is difficult, time-consuming. It takes a lot of work and effort. While we engage ourselves in other work, still producing such videos, it does take our time. So our goal is to reduce our effort as much as possible while making interesting videos, and we are making various attempts to this end. Another new attempt is shorts videos lasting less than 1 minute, and short format is promoted by YouTube. So compared to the quality or style of video, the number of views overall would be higher. So why don't we try this new format, short, so that more people would watch this in short format, and more people come in and watch our video? This would be the ultimate aim attained. We have produced shorts, and as I said, it should be less than 1 minute. So we would leverage memes available online, and also we may use photos that we have and other simple content. And we did produce shorts. Compared to other videos, it took less than 1/10 of our efforts and commitment. But within just 2 days, for example, the view was over 1,000 and dozens of comments posted. We looked at the impact of shorts, and we thought that that was a bit embarrassing, but compared to the efforts that we invested, the shorts were more beneficial, impactful. Then it made us wonder, when you look at what the general public wants, is it really a lot of efforts that we put into? Personal efforts, both professional efforts? And is it really the content that the general public wants? Or these shorts lasting less than 1 minute, very casual? Not really, it does not involve shooting, literally, just memes and pictures available online. It made us wonder. But we ultimately think that we will not be giving up on shorts. We would be making shorts. And also, we'll be making videos that would represent our institute. So to track strategy, and still the number of views and comments, these are pressuring us. So we would keep thinking about this while maintaining our dignity as a government-funded research institute and still attracting attention from the general public. This would be our challenge. And in producing videos, disclosing and making videos through YouTube, what's difficult as a person responsible would be there's no right answer in promoting your organization through YouTube. We all started lately. There's no long-term expert. So there's no predefined formula. We all of us give it a try. If it doesn't work, then we would find another way. Through trial and errors, we would promote our organization. It's a new format, so this is natural. So this is where the beauty of PR work lies. So as a PR personnel, I will keep working on this. But there are difficulties, and I'd like to share such difficulties and challenges. So producing 10-minute video doesn't mean that it takes only 10 minutes in that production process. And then, as a person who's responsible for video production, I will feel really proudful and pleasant. What's also important is that cooperation from scientists. The video that you have just watched, if it'll feature our team members explaining these films, then the general public will not be interested. These are people who are actually engaged in fusion energy and reviewing these films. That makes our video more fascinating and interesting. And luckily, at our institute, we have very cooperative researchers. But some of them will not be. Many researchers who believe research is my work. Such public relations work is not my responsibility. And the PR work is for the benefit of these researchers. So their engagement and their cooperation is only essential. With this, I'd like to wrap up my comments.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Lee. I am quite shocked to hear that. As a PR personnel, I really liked that Iron Man. What was that? Schultz? Well, you are quite up to date with the trend. Well, I have to return Seoul right away to convene a meeting. Thank you. And lastly, I would like to ask this to Professor Kwan about the direction that the scientific community should be headed to, and what kind of roles does YouTube should play, you think? Well, other panelists have shown their own respective videos, but I know that you are a good talker, so please unravel your story. First, thank you very much for inviting me to this meaningful occasion. I would like to congratulate once again the 10th anniversary of IBS. Well, people in charge of publicity and YouTube have just shown to us a high-quality YouTube videos, and these videos are some rare contents that ordinary people cannot encounter easily. So in that sense, they have appealed appropriately to people. And YouTube has a low entry barrier. Regardless of creator and viewer, they are allowed with the easy access to. That's the biggest advantage of YouTube. But one another point that we need to consider is the quality control coming from a low barrier characteristics. To my knowledge, for the period of 2010 and the late 2018-19, the first generation YouTubers have only edited some static images to create a content. But from a certain point of time, after 2010, videos became the main trend with fascinating images and effects. And to increase the click views, they haven't checked the fact, and the video was delivered to an unknown number of mass public, and the contents got more and more suggestive. And the problem is that those contents are just received and accepted by students who would like to know about the forefront of science and scientific community. And one of the students had to take the test, and they got the answer because he saw that answer from a YouTuber having more than 1 million viewers, but it was a wrong answer. So this kind of episode shows that there's a paradox of authority. Well, this may not be an issue only limited to Korea. In every academic society and every relevant institution, they have to provide a role of fact checker as a safety net. This is the first proposal that I could share today. And secondly, the representative characteristics of many Korean science YouTubers is that they are entertaining. They are entertainers. They have such a big role in garnering general public into science. But from that point, being an entertainer must be a first step, and after that should be edutainment. I'm not talking about this only for students, but there are lots of people who are very much interested in science but work in other areas, and general public who are passionate about science for fun. So we need to provide some scientific knowledge that could be consumed for fun, but also as additional materials that could impact on their career development. So if these science YouTubers could turn into edutainers, I think this is the right timing for them to be so. And I have a YouTube math channel, 3 Blue 1 Brown. This is a very popular YouTube channel. And the content that the YouTuber deals with is the level of university. There are 4 series, some theories about differential and integral calculus, and he is quite good at visualizing those theories taught at university level. Usually, you may expect that there will not be many viewers and subscribers because that is not suggestive and that must not be fun. But that YouTuber has 2 million, 3 million subscribers, and the accumulated view record is more than 100 million. This is one of the most popular YouTube channel. And why is that? Because fascinating images, good BGM, and good voice actor. These things don't matter. Visualized materials that could help the understanding of mathematical theories, and it appealed to general public, I guess. So I'm not only talking about mathematics, but as other panelists have commented on their respective areas, if it could go deeper into each one's area, YouTube can be a good tool to evolve into the next stage. And if it could lead that direction for the future, it'd be very much appreciated. As science communicator and science edutainer, if it could have a training program of those people, and that could be also a suggestion. And this is not a science YouTuber, but we have a journal called Journal of Visualized Experiments. But usually once an experiment is published in the journal, we download it as PDF. That's what we do. But from a certain point of time, going beyond understanding, we want to sometimes make a new proposal. But if someone could reproduce a whole process of experiment through a video, and that'd be very much helpful for novices who would like to reproduce the experiment. So that kind of propensity will be much more seen from the market in the era of sharing economy. So edutainers could be having a momentum. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Kwon. As you commented, related to science videos, we're too much biased to entertainment, and we need a safety net, and we need to evolve from that point into edutainment. And well, those suggestions were quite valuable. Your thoughts about videos in science. Well, we have listened to the comments of all panelists. Well, we have invited 2 PR personnel and 2 researchers to ask the question ourselves about if YouTube can lower the entry barrier of science. Well, I started to work on publicity in 2008 at KIST. But when we talk about videos back then, there was not many varieties. We just had a public institutions promotional video format. And that was when we started to see UCC videos. And we tried to reflect the UCC format into our promotional video, but comparing to those days, I can tell that scientific videos have evolved a lot, but the essence has not changed much. As shared at the beginning of this round table, we need to find out a balanced point between the public interest and the message we try to convey. And this should be continued in terms of contemplation so that we can advance in the future. And we have around 10 minutes left, so I would like to ask our panelists lastly to leave us a message. Well, actually, if you have watched a very popular entertainment program these days, after a long talk show, a panelist is asked to define the topic into one phrase and why. So I would like to ask that to you all. So you are assigned 2.5 minutes. What is science? Can I go ahead? Yes. Scientific video is an unexpected source of creativity because we try to convey scientific discoveries and information not only through paper to let people know science is not something too difficult. And we need fact check. And there could be some bad responses from that. So that's why I call it an unexpected source of creativity. Scientific video is an interpretation. Well, I do not have a background of science, so that's why after joining this institute for the first 2 years, I really struggled hard to understand what they were talking about, what people around me were talking about. But in filming videos and studying, well, now I came to a level where I can explain what I know about science to other people. And I always try to convey the video message more easily to general public. So that's why scientific videos are interpretation or translation. I would like to call a scientific video Straight Woman Fighter, which is a very popular program these days in Korea, where featuring professional women dancers, female dancers. They were hidden behind famous singers, but they were essential to the stage. They were quite professional, and I am wondering why they haven't had spotlights up until now. And those dancers now have become heroines. So like that, the scientific video will get the spotlight. Up to now, scientific videos were hidden behind entertainment videos, and it was not a mainstream, but scientific videos can now be a mainstream to garner attention from general public. That's what I wish for, and I'll be making my efforts as part of it. Thank you. And Professor Kwon, scientific video is a network. It may be a cliche, but I would like to call it so. Well, scientific videos can be only seen in internet platform, but going beyond that, we convey scientific messages to people, marginalized people who haven't had access to scientific knowledge, but to them we offer a network of connection, and the scientific videos can be a catalyst in that sense. And one another thing, metaverse is a key word, and scientific videos could be revived in metaverse environment. Even if we do not go to the lab to work, there are virtual environment, AI, in metaverse environment, we can serve as a catalyst to induce people into those environments to share more knowledge. Well, thank you very much for sharing your insights in one phrase. All of your expressions were quite impressive. That rounds out the last round table. Thank you very much for being with us until the last moment. Since 10 o'clock in the morning, we have been through 2021 Science Alive in line with the IBS 10th anniversary event held yesterday. And we completed all the programs. Well, actually, the last session ran from 3 o'clock in the afternoon until now. But the last session was so interesting and intriguing for all participants. And that brings us to the very end of 2021 Science Alive. And we'd like to thank you once again deeply for keeping your seat until the last moment. Participants in person and participants joining us online, and panelists, speakers, thank you very much for your attendance. And lastly, we have listened to welcoming and congratulatory remarks of 3 people. And I would like to ask once again President Tang of Donga Science to deliver a closing remark, please. In the era of infectious disease, science that acts, science that communicates, I hope you have enjoyed it to the fullest. I'm listening to different people talk, and in particular to Professor Nam's presentation about mobile negative pressure rooms. He's not a scientist, but he has significantly contributed to the fight against the crisis. In the era of crisis, many people share data and cooperate. And what was critical, it seemed to me, was curiosity. Many people said that they started out of a simple curiosity to reach this point, talking about negative pressure room development and corona map. So the curiosity is always the source of advancement, and they tried to solve problems in that way. So many scientists should communicate more with ordinary people. That's what I felt from today's event. And it was also impressive to hear that scientists really respect and value the general public and ordinary people. We are not diverged in the times of crisis, but we tried to meet and get together to communicate better. Well, scientists value citizens, the general public, and people, and they showed it through their acts. And Donga Science, in line with IBS, tried to show that science is living around us, and we tried to show that scientists value that much citizens, people, and the general public. Thank you very much for being with us until late in the afternoon. Thank you.